Yeah, the match is actually still paused. Okay.
A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has reconnected.
Ryu there?
Yeah,
Okay. So we are just waiting for the post time to end.
sure. We just gonna start as soon as we can. Okay, let's look at the runes right now. Still have the runes alive, so
It's just standard runes coming out of both the teams. But the main problem of River Lost is the only source of AP is from their mid laner, and Seraphine is
Seraphine.
a paper. So if in a Vanguard can actually prioritize the Seraphine, then they can actually take the only source of AP from the team fight. Depending on Kaisa, even if the Kaisa goes hybrid, Kaisa's hybrid damage, it's
Hmm.
not like complete AP, right?
Well,
So
they easily lost their mid jungle pretty much with the Seraphine, Olaf, and uh,
yeah, kind of
Nocturne, and Akali. So
Akali.
that can
Yeah,
easily do that. They can easily outdamage them. But yeah, pretty
depending on how
bad.
they play. Yeah,
Seraphine is with the normal ruins, so yeah, that won't be really
Seraphine will
plus
just
point.
play super safe in that lane and just gonna farm it
Mm-hmm.
out. Pretty sure.
And she have a pretty good range,
'Cause-
so she don't
Yeah,
have to do
because she
much.
doesn't have the kill pressure over Akali anyway. She's just gonna
Totally.
push the lane when they have to take any objectives or need prio.
Mm-hmm. All of
Okay,
Sentinel.
still paused. Hmm.
So we just need to push too.
So the game is starting pretty soon, I guess. Ryu there?
Yeah, hopefully, and we are
Yeah.
finally going to be back in the game. We've been waiting for so long, and the players and everybody too. So this will be really interesting for all the players who were just waiting. Well, well, first there was players
A
issue,
summoner has
and
disconnected.
oh, there's still players issue. Wow, and well, then there were streaming issues, but we are fixing it as soon as we can.
By the way, the accounts on the side of any Vanguard, these are their borrowed accounts from Lanka Lions. Basically, the IGN of set is Zia Raven.
Mhm.
Uh, the IGN of their jungler is NA Ace Lord. Akali's
Mhm.
IGN is NA
A
Ash.
summoner has reconnected.
Jin's IGN is NA Nightmare. And Morgana's IGN is NA Mojo. Basically, it's the borrowed account from their from another team from Sri Lanka.
So we are getting more teams from all over the SA region. That's really interesting. Oh, welcome back,
Okay.
guys, to the IGL semifinals with NA Vanguard versus
River lost.
River Lost,
To Summoner's Rift.
and players are over
Okay.
here
Let's
setting
see
up.
if any invade is coming out.
Everyone does
I think they're
hiding
just
inside the
like
bush.
30
guarding the
seconds
five
before the
points, yeah.
beginning.
Mm-hmm. All the access points are handed to
On the other
Rift.
side of is any Vanguard.
On
Hmm.
the River Lost side, we can see three of the players hiding inside the bush area. If somebody decided to move in, that could be really bad for them.
I don't think they're gonna come.
Oh, now they're four. So are they planning invade? They can plan invade, and that could be good for them, not
They
to
can
worry.
actually let invade into the any Vanguard's raid. So let's
Hmm.
see.
Let's see. That will be really interesting. On the top, Fiora is guarding the area. Akali right there. That is not good for Fiora. She should be running away. Oh, moving
Okay.
on. We are back into the game. Fiora taking some damage from the
Okay.
Akali.
Yeah, it's a late
But
invade
that
coming out
it is a
from.
late invade. We have saying 3 versus 3 right now, and they're both are trying their best. Seraphine right there behind them. Booyah almost very low. Katarl following him, and
Yeah.
Jin is taken down for the first blood by Nautilus. That was
Okay.
really interesting. River lost taking the first advantage, and the set is right there too. He's
And
only taking
that's
two
a
kills
really,
early
really
on,
bad start from an
and we are
event.
paused again. Happens, guys. Don't worry. We'll be back very soon.
Okay.
But that was a really nice late invade coming out from the River Lost side and taking down two main players, the top set and the ADC Jin.
I think the D and F were swapped for set. That was a miss TP or something like that. Or actually, I think he
Mm.
flashed in his lane. He wanted
Uh,
to TP bot, but he flashed
yeah, he
because
flashed
his
towards
D
that
and
area.
F keys were swapped. That's unfortunate for set. His lane is actually over right now. He
Fear is
doesn't
already
have
there and farming
he
to take
doesn't have
damage.
flash. He doesn't have TP. He has to walk back to lane. He's gonna miss two
A
waves.
summoner has disconnected.
That's so bad for him. Booyah's
Yikes.
just reconnecting. Apparently, Booyah disconnected or having some ping issues. I think so. So they will be
Mm.
sorted back very soon.
Only Morgana has exhaust. Rest of all the Psalms are in cooldown.
It
And
is
Kaisa
really
still has all the Psalms. Nautilus has flash. It's really bad for all the jungle, meat. I think meat is gonna have his prio, but the top lane and bot lane is actually demolished right now at level 1.
that would be
It's
really,
gonna
very so. Like early games can be like with this patch and everything. Early games are really important coming into the team fight, and we've been seeing a lot of these action like early game based. And this it's like kind of proves from the River side that they have pretty much taken the early very good lead, especially with like taking down the set just right there. So yeah, Fiora is going to go for the tower very early, and Seth would take at least 2 to 3 minutes coming to the tower. So yeah, that will be like early plays could be coming forward from the Fiora side. What do you think about the mid right now?
Seraphine has to assist, but no kill. So I think
Mm,
Akali is gonna be okay. But the problem is, like, Akali was trying to go for the ward in Olaf's Raptors, right?
mhm,
So they had to either ward the bot Pixel Brush,
mhm.
or at least someone had to be there, and they
Okay.
did not. So they
Oh,
did not see the
mid.
late get coming.
A summoner
And
has
actually,
joined.
like, with that kind of chunk, Seraphine is gonna now be super safe to farm anyway. Like Akali can't
Yeah,
actually pressure for the kill.
that was a really good like trying like all of us trying to get into the lane, but he was unable to. But yeah, the
A
support
summoner has
disconnected.
been
It's
connected.
I don't know what's happening, but there are so many disconnects today. That could be server issues or our issues. I'm not sure, but yeah, we'll hopefully will be solved very soon, and we will have game which without any disconnects coming from that side. Okay, set this back to the lane by the way from the top lane if you look at that, and
So
Fiora is
the plan for River Loss now is like Olaf is gonna go to the Nocturne's blue, and
mm-hmm,
Fiora has a lane prio, so he doesn't even get that blue anyway.
mm-hmm. Oh yeah, just
Brutal,
there.
brutal for Nocturne. I mean, it's amazing gameplay from River Loss. I have to give it to them. Like
Yeah,
the
and
lane
even
invade, and then the invade. It's a standard procedure, but they
mhm,
executed it properly.
Olaf and Fiora taking the blue right now, and Nocturne is a farm-based jungler, and if he doesn't get pretty much farm, which is probably not going to get, could be really, really bad for the whole team. Olaf literally taking all of his farm with the blue buff right now, Fiora going back
A
to her
summoner has
lane,
disconnected.
and bottom lane for the Nautilus, Kaisa is pushing down actually, so that is, yeah, they should be pushing down, sorry, I forgot that Jin died already. So yeah, they are pushing down. So they've already also put a ward near the tribush.
So the only three camps the Nocturne is gonna get is are his wolves, his raptors, and his krugs. And by that time, I think Olaf will have five camps or at least six,
Yeah,
depending
possibly,
on.
possibly
Yeah, yeah,
even
yeah.
one, even few more kills also because he's going to push on towards a mid or at least top lane, and could be really beneficial for the whole team.
I don't think
They,
Ash is gonna push, but if he pushes, he's dead.
hmm,
Or at least he's gonna have to burn his flesh,
and
cause Olaf is still in the blue jungle.
I don't think Nocturne is going to do anything until level 6 at least for right now. He has to
He actually can't.
yeah, he has to stay safe, especially when his blue is gone. So yeah, he doesn't even probably won't have enough mana to like
A summoner
sustain
has
into the
been
jungle.
connected.
Okay, support is finally back, so hopefully we will be connecting back to the game very, very soon. And yeah, this is looking very brutal for the side of SBS and the NA Vanguards. Oh, I just forgot. Did you just see like how Olaf put the ward there too? If he see Olaf pushing back or like even getting to go back and like kill him at that point, that would be also really important. The little smart ward over there.
Is it Olaf's word though?
Yeah,
No.
Pura was already gone. Pura was already gone back to the lane back at that time.
Oh, that word behind the blue pit. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That
yeah, yeah.
was.
And I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure like Nocturne will not return to to that area. But still, if he does, yeah, you know, that would be really bad for him. Teams are taking so much time to
By the
do
way, I
that.
don't think that's Olaf's word. That's Fiora's word.
Oh,
Cause Olaf has Oracle, and Fiora's word is on CD, so it's Fiora's word.
there's one more ward there, Jim. Okay, no issues. Waiting for the key.
So I guess the game is starting pretty soon.
Hopefully
By
they'll
the way,
be
the
taking this
SAS
picture.
accounts on the side of NA Vanguard, those are not
Mhm.
borrowed by them. They're provided to them by Rat India. That's a good gesture from Rat India providing them those accounts. Because I think the Sri Lankans play in US or UAE, something
Mhm.
like that. They don't have account in SG server.
Okay, we're back into the game, and thank you for staying by the with us for all the viewers right now. And Olaf is pushing down to the and we can see the bot lane duo coming forward towards the mid lane, trying to take over Akali. But wait, Kai'Sa is going back now. Nautilus
I
possibly
think
trying to
I think they are
avoid.
going to check like if Nocturne where Nocturne is.
Mhm.
They are not gonna spot him, but
But they already have a ward there, so they will be spotting him very, very soon. So not an issue there. Olaf just taking everything he can pretty much towards the lane. But yeah, bot lane trying to use the push power to take the scrap too. Mid Seraphine. Seraphine actually pushed very, very far.
yeah, cause he can. He has vision in both the sides, and they actually know the only camp or
Oh,
the
top
only two
lane.
camp.
Top lane having a fight right now. Fiora versus
Yeah,
Seth. Oh, Seth missing his W, but is okay. Seth getting an early kill. Well, that's what's
the
happening in the top.
conqueror frog from Sid.
Seriously, that happens.
Damn.
That happens in the top lane match always. Your team is not there in the top lane. Are all situation. Good point, but now Seth is in a bad situation and he possibly could die too. But is Fiora ready for that engage? She is one level behind. Okay, let's focus on other side, mid lane. Seth is
They know that Nocturne is bot side because the only two camps Nocturne
mhm,
has up is like Raptors and Krugs. So they know that he's gonna go for his Raptors, then his Krugs. So they know that Nocturne is bot side.
right
Okay,
side. Okay,
Nocturne
Nox
is in Olaf's jungle.
although pushing him back to his base. Seraphine, mid. Fiora and Seth are still okay. Seth took a lot of damage right there. Even by the Chavarral Seth is pretty much the W proc good, but okay,
Okay,
not
that
enough. Good.
I mean,
Seth
Sid played that
going back.
brilliantly.
Red side has a lot of vision right now from from the whole bottom lane to this top two. Seraphine it could be a good engagement. No, okay, losing back. Olaf getting the early Drake.
Yeah,
That's
Olaf can.
of course he can, especially with all the advantages they have.
Yeah,
They can easily do
especially.
this. And
I mean, he
yeah,
is level 5 and Nocturne is level 3.
Red team has
totally.
slain
Okay, Nocturne scams are back, so he would be able to farm something at least and get some levels up. Olaf taking the early Drake. Seraphine versus Akali mid.
Yeah, Olaf's gonna take his Raptors too.
And maybe the blue side could actually do something with towards the top lane. Okay, Seth is back towards his lane with full health right now. Okay, Akali Seraphine. Okay, that could be a bad for Akali if she pushed, but she didn't. Good. Good response. Okay, Fiora, Seth. Now Fiora is one level ahead, and she's pushing down the tower. Nocturne is far away. Now he's going inside inside Olaf's jungle, but there's nothing except the Krugs. Olaf taking another
I
Herald.
think he's gonna
Another
take the Raptors easily. The problem with that,
oh
he's
no,
30 CS behind.
bot lane. Nothing much happening there actually, and the team has been slow farming. Let me check how much farm they actually have.
Mid lane is pretty even, top is ahead, bot lane is pretty even. The only problem for NA Vanguard is like Nocturne is really behind. Being a level 6 jungler, he's
Mhm.
so behind than Olaf that he can't actually pressure the map.
Fiora actually knows where Nocturne is probably. She's
I
looking
mean,
at the Krug scam,
she's going to check.
and Nocturne is
So
gone. So
she knows that
she
Nocturne
knows
has
Nocturne
taken
was there.
his
And they
Krugs.
think she is in the area, but let's see what happens. Doctor is going back to his wolves now, and Olaf is literally taking his grid right now as we speak, and
I think
probably
Olaf's
taking.
gonna take his Krugs too.
Of course he will. And bottom lane,
Okay, he's
oh, there we go.
not.
Kai'Sa taking a lot of damage coming from possibly from the Jhin and Jhin and Morgana are pushing down the bottom lane.
They know
Olaf,
Olaf is there, so they won't.
or do they? Olaf is trying to hide inside the bush. Oh, top lane, there's Fiora set 2. That was a miss W, not much damage. And Seth is going back now. Back to the bottom lane. Slowly farming. That's of course what happens in the bot lane.
Okay, that's so sad for Nocturne.
Seraphine taking the blue too. Wow, that was bad. Really bad. Okay, but they might be able to take the Herald. Maybe no. Olaf is just there, so possibly not. Olaf is going to ward the Herald, or possibly just take it straight up. And yeah, Nautilus pushing the lane, pushing the jungle area. Maybe for the vision. Okay, for the vision, definitely for the vision. But Kai'Sa is left alone in the bottom lane and taking a lot of damage from the Jhin. Nautilus is going towards the no, he's going back to the lane again. Kali, Seraphine, Seraphine going back to help Olaf and taking the Herald. They took the Herald already. Nocturne is there. But Nocturne is still level 4, so he can't really do anything actually at this point.
I don't know who wins the top lane
Olaf pushing down,
anymore.
taking the crab right now.
Even though Fiora died at level 3, but she's coming back.
They're taking the damage too. Oh, Seth versus Fiora right there in the top lane. Seth getting his R down on Fiora, parrying the W miss. That was a good flash coming for the Fiora,
Oh,
and she's returning back to her tower, and she would be probably be very safe until her parry. Okay, Seth E, and
damn!
that was
That was
really
that
good
was
movement coming
really
from
good
the
play by
Seth.
Seth.
And he could literally die in one single shot, but he was able to survive towards the bot lane, towards the mid in the dragon pit. There is a fight brewing up. Seraphine almost got caught up by Morgana right there, but she escaped somehow. All of us right there taking over the
Okay, Olaf
Jhin versus
flashing
Morgana
and
right there.
outing.
And
Okay,
Or
Olaf
died
died.
right there. Well, you should not be taking one. Ooh, that is a stupid move. And Nautilus also very down. Oh, barely escaped.
Okay,
But Seraphine
Ash with his
almost
swift
very low.
hits.
Kali's right there to Nautilus
Okay,
behind
Morgana
that
binding.
area.
Morgana binding. No, it's on CD. Oh, okay. Seraphine stopwatched. I think by mistake.
Guys in the bottom lane alone. While blue side is taking focus on the Drake. Nautilus is behind that area, holding the ward from the red side.
Is this the comeback?
Could be, but
I mean, the
okay,
Olaf.
Fiora pushing back the tower. Could she could take the
The,
lead?
the problem
And
here
take
was
down.
Olaf actually pushed too hard and his team couldn't follow up. So he got burst down by Akali and Jin. That was the problem here.
We should not underestimate Jin's raw AD, and that's
True.
what he did,
Plus, he has his Irritated Dirk, so it does a lot of damage.
especially right now.
Okay,
That's it.
okay.
So as we can,
So I don't think Nautilus lives here, and that was Kai'Sa's ult and flash. So bot lane is flashless right now for at least 5 minutes for Kai'Sa. This is free food for Nocturne if he plays that right.
and
And they
now
actually chased Set down to his tower. Damn.
that's okay.
Okay, they're gonna Herald top.
That's
I think this tower is gone. They're gonna take 2
mm,
pits and then the Herald is gonna pop. And it's
yeah,
first tower.
as I told you,
Okay.
they're almost at the equal scores. Both of the players right now. Blue side coming forward from the really disadvantage in the early game and
True.
proving they can actually bounce back. While Seraphine is alone versus 3 players and she's still fighting. Okay, and they ran away. Okay. Olaf and Fiora right there. They took the tower, as you said, and they're pushing down the lane. Maybe for the tire two. Yeah, they can actually get the tire two, but Akali is also pushing down. Oh, Herald taking one more good bonk. S- That was a really bad miss from Akali. But Olaf, Fiora safe and secure, and they're going back to their
A
lanes.
summoner has
To their
joined.
The problem here is the gold difference between the two junglers is like 1300 gold, and the lead that River Lost have is close to like 1.7k gold. So basically, it's just all jungle gold gap, and Jin is actually with par to Kaisa, and Jin is gonna scale pretty hard, and with that kind of paper comp,
A
Jin
summoner
is
has
gonna start
joined.
one-shotting pretty soon.
very, very easily actually. And when Nocturne also pushes
I mean,
like
even though Nocturne is behind, all he has to do is like turn the lights off. If he turns the lights off and you
yeah,
can't actually focus Jin, then it's a bit problematic because Jin is gonna do free damage.
totally. And like even if he just pushes down and like focuses on just the boss lane, he can actually get very good, real good advantage and take up for the lost gold into like the kill gold, and that would be really interesting if he can just focus it on that lane. But I'm pretty sure like Nautilus and Kai'Sa won't allow him to do that much potential. Also, Olaf is just literally roaming all over, and Olaf will like not allow them just to do that. Simple as it's to say. Seraphine still pushing down actually.
I mean, yeah,
Nautilus
the
Nautilus
jungle.
is into the jungle and he's literally boarding every single corner he can. And that
I mean,
is
the
literally
jungle presence from River Lost is super good.
yeah, that is
The
just
only mistake Olaf did in that match is like chasing down Jin with flash and
yeah,
all.
1v2
Yeah,
especially.
that's just one single mistake he did.
Yeah, he possibly thought like I can just
Yeah,
take
he
them
can.
both.
Yeah. He was really ahead at that time, but
If-
Jin does
if-
Jin things.
Okay.
The problem for River Lost is that Kai'Sa is
Not
still flashless for almost 3.5 minutes, and if
mm,
Nocturne's ult is coming up in like I guess 20 or 10 seconds, so and Nocturne is still bot. I don't
looks
know
like
what's gonna happen, but
looks like
I
Nocturne
think
wants
Kai'Sa's
to
gonna back up. Okay,
looks like Nocturne wants to fight this one, but he doesn't have a ult.
okay, it's coming up pretty soon.
Okay,
It's
maybe
almost
he
up.
can. So they are just baiting them down towards their tower pretty much. So Nocturne get all of them, but Olaf is right there too. But Akali is also so it could be a 4v3 in the end if it comes to that. And Serafina is also coming down from that lane.
But Seraphine doesn't have TP,
Yeah,
She
so
used
he's
it
just
in lane
walking down. So
just a while ago. So it's gonna be a
TP.
4v3. No TP on both the solo laners for River Lost. And State still has TP, so it can be a potential 5v3
Ooh,
or 5v4.
that will be really bad for the whole red side and River Lost. Let's see, Nautilus pushing down
Yeah,
early on
yeah.
and
It's
3v1, but Kai'Sa just behind them and Olaf too, so it won't be that way for long.
okay.
Nautilus
Kai'Sa
taking a
has
lot
no
of damage.
flash,
Nautilus is
so
almost out. Nautilus dying from Jin. Kai'Sa is almost very low too. Seth. Kai'Sa is dead pretty much, I would say. That is dead, very dead Kai'Sa. And who is left? Olaf. Olaf taking a lot of damage, but he's still safe and he will be able to secure himself. That was really good bounce back from the fruit.
okay. Akali is not gonna take that. The only thing
Seraphine
that River
is
Lost gets
couldn't.
from this is like the top tier 2, which is not actually worth.
Hmm. Blue side literally
Now
bouncing back
second, yeah.
from heavy disadvantage. Blue side coming back.
I mean, they instantly TP'd bot.
And they're taking the tower too. You can see that. Nortus will take at least 10 more seconds coming back. Yeah, they're almost here. Okay, not 10 seconds. But jungle is taking the Herald right now. All of us taking red side taking the Herald.
I mean,
Set is
it's 15-minute herald, right? It doesn't matter that much as the first herald, but it's
yeah.
still gonna like give them enough pressure to like siege the mid tier 1. Let's see what they do.
And I think they want to do that, or they want to
Yeah.
take a set down maybe. Well,
Tier 2 is already down, so and Fiora has the herald. So I think they are gonna just let Fiora split top
Drake is also
and
related to be
actually
coming.
make plays around other lanes. Let's see what they do. But the important part is Jin has 5 kills.
Mm,
If you can focus Jin, Jin is gonna like two shot there Kai'Sa.
very easily actually, and Morgana is also with like right next to him, so
Yeah.
like they can't just push them down. Morgana can, if there's a like a, they both have very good stunts, so they can just escape very easily if that comes to it. But yeah, Seraphine is not doing much as it was pretty much expected from her side, and she wasn't able to handle her mid lane. But Olaf is trying his best, but he's mismanaging his potential actually, and taking the fights he shouldn't be taking. But at least he's getting the objective. So if it comes to it, could be good in the long run. Olaf is again taking with 1 vs 2. Okay, Norlas is right there to 2 vs 2 right there, but Kaisa right back. Olaf killing Morgana, Jin, probably not Jin, and also Jine.
I think that was a mismanagement by the side of a Vanguard.
Hmm,
They should have known that Olaf has Gold Drinker. So the only way they can kill him is like they need their Akali there to burst him, or else they can't.
Ali was not there at that point, and she is pushing the tower right now.
Also, they need Executioner pretty soon
And
for
they
the
took the
Olaf and
and
Fiora.
they took the Drake too. So the red side has 2 Drakes, and the blue side has of one.
And it's an Ocean Soul.
That will be really interesting for Nautilus and all of both actually, and focusing on that.
Okay.
Good call.
Interesting call to use all those for Fiora.
Okay, Fiora is alone. Why is she alone right there? Morgana is right behind her too. Okay, that was a Fiora shouldn't be alone actually right there, but I think they may be trying to do something right there. I'm really not sure. Okay, the bot lane is going towards the top. I think they're splitting the lanes right now. So I think Fiora wants to match up with Seth right there in the bottom, but it's not Seth. It's literally the whole bottom lane. And Fiora is taking the 1v2 right now. Seth is also coming back, so it is not looking good for Fiora. And oh, she almost took down Jin right there. And she is taken down. But that was very close
Jin
for me.
lived with 100 HP.
That was very, very close. And
Okay,
Fiora,
okay, look at Akali.
they're taking the tower
Okay,
down.
okay.
And Norla's almost very, very low and almost taken down by Akali right there. And he is down. Olaf. Akali is also very, very low with 1 shot and she is dead. And oh, that was a very good coming from Morgana. Seth is there too.
This set
3
is a
versus
god.
1. Seraphine.
This set is a god.
Okay, Seth taking 2 players down right there and a third one almost.
Oh
He should not be
my
fighting a Seraphine. He should
god.
not be fighting a Seraphine right now. He should not. But he is
But but it did it, bro.
4-2-2 set, and okay, he's gonna take a lot of damage. Oh, he took down Seraphine too. What is happening actually? Set just did that. That just
Ah.
said things. Fiora is coming back. She is mad and she wants her revenge. But I think the whole players are right there. They recalling right
0-11
now.
is a god, bro. Those set plays,
This
damn.
happens, dude. I am
Okay,
a Seth main
okay.
myself, and Seth is
I'm
really,
looking
really good.
at you.
Olaf is pushing down, Nocturne ulting, Olaf dying right there. But red side is pretty much boosting.
Okay.
4 players.
Bot tier 2 is down. Sophia has taken all the top tier 1, tier 2, bot tier 1, tier 2.
Seth is right there too.
Sophia has done his job.
Red side could actually take this advantage and go run with it towards the end.
The problem here is like Jin's autos does so much damage, and Akali has execution damage in her R. So
Mm,
if Jin gets someone low, Akali can just like uh,
burst him down. And also
yeah.
there's Nocturne too. Like, even though his Earth takes 70, just used this
I
one.
mean,
Like,
they don't have a pure tank. The only tank
yeah,
they have is a Nautilus, but the Nautilus doesn't have even have his first item completed.
totally.
So
Oh, actually, Olaf got got the kills right there 5 minutes earlier. But yeah, if he didn't get those kills, he could have been a really, really liability for the whole team. But like now he's pretty decent at the pretty decent level. But yeah, regardless of that, they are the blue side wants to take down Drake right there. But Sarah,
34 seconds till Drake. Let's see.
all the
I mean,
players
they
just
have the
coming down.
prio. NA Vanguard has the prio for the Drake. Let's see what they do. They're
Mm,
pushing out mid, and then I think they're gonna converge for the Drake.
they could actually do that very easily. With Kaisa, Olaf, they are taking the fight right now. 3 versus 3? No, 5. Whole blue team is there. One person down already. A Nocturne dying.
Okay,
And
nobody
Jin
covering
dying.
for
Morgana's
Jin.
dying. Everybody's dying from the blue side. Set is trying to run away. And he actually could take both of those players down. Oh no, he tried his best.
Not
But Set
really.
is
He doesn't have
down
the license
too.
to do that.
Kali is just running away as he should. But they have took the Drake too, and that's a third Drake.
That's a Drake and a Baron too.
Hmm.
I mean, the thing is, they can't actually 5v5. They
Yeah,
have to make
true.
picks. With Nocturne, they can't 5v5.
Totally
They
get
have to
fine.
start the fight. They can't actually like uh,
Like,
respond to the fight second by river loss.
totally Nocturne can't sustain in his own lane. That is not that possible for him. They're taking the Drake and the Herald. Fiora in a bad situation, but she could actually take one person down at least, coming before dying. One down. So Fiora killing Akali. And second one too. Maybe, yes, Fiora getting a double kill on
Yes,
Nocturne and
sir.
Akali. And she's still ready to fight. She's going for the Jin too, and a triple kill from Fiora. Fiora, Nocturne, Nautilus getting the hook. Oh, that
I
was Nautilus
think
dead.
that's game.
Guys, and red side is pushing down the mid tower,
That's game. That's game.
and it should be a game for
I
him.
mean, the game
30
was fun.
seconds. Nocturne 11 seconds.
Rivalos was so
could-
far up ahead, and then NA Vanguard made a great comeback,
That
and
is a
then
pretty much a
Rivalos
bad.
like out macroed them so hard.
That could have been so much different, but yeah, red
I
side.
mean, the problem is with that kind of comp, you can't actually 5v5. You can't front to back team
Mm,
fight because they're just gonna burn your Jin, and Nocturne can't actually team fight that much. You
yeah,
need
pretty
to
much.
have picks.
Nocturne
Yeah,
tried his bits.
yeah,
Tried his
Nocturne
best,
tried his
but like,
best. After that level 1 mess up, it's really hard to come back.
but
And he did very good, but we have to give it to Olaf and Fiora for the chasing down Jin and Ash. I mean, the Akali.
not to forget the Jin and Seth coming forward from the blue side. They were also really, really beneficial for the whole team. And if those two were not there, and like Seth didn't get his early pick and Jin, like after a few minutes, like that could have been literally been a very, very early game, and like even
Yeah,
10, 15 minutes, it could have literally been.
yeah. I think it could have been like 15 to 18 minutes game.
Yeah.
But
So
the
yeah,
set actually prolonged it so much. Yeah, set played really, really good.
Guys, listen. I muted you guys. Like now because this is over, next match will be starting immediately. So just like thank them, like and like ask them to wait for the next match. Yeah.
mm,
दृश क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill,
What
mom.
do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes.
It pays to play.
Ash is the first pick coming from the red side.
Now let's see what's red side is going to ban.
Anavia could be a pretty decent ban, as we have seen from the last game too.
Yeah. They ban Ash for like Irvin because he's like godlike Irvin.
Okay, they're banning the whole combo too with Thresh and
Thresh,
okay,
yeah.
Leona. Her and last ban from the blue side.
It
Maybe
can
a
be
mid lane.
Irelia, maybe.
Shin, 2 ADC is okay.
2 ADCs.
God, they're scared of their ADC.
Yeah. Pretty scared of Kanja.
Apparently. And Ilari. Okay, was pretty good. Let's see the first pick coming from the blue side.
Yeah, I think he can pick Caitlyn or Kaisa maybe.
Early ADC could be interesting, but also could be. Few seconds left. Echo.
Echo jungling. I think it's jungle.
Could we both like just see what happens there?
Yeah. Insec is pretty much good at Echo
Hmm,
based on previous game. I can tell that.
interesting. Urban. Graves. Well, if this is if is in jungle, could be a good counter for that. On is a very safe pick for the top lane and always is and always will be.
Yeah,
So yeah, that's pretty good. Also, the on provides a beneficiality to the whole team by upgrading the items, so it's always a good pick in a
plus
team
he has
fight too.
good set of CCs.
Pick potentials are really good from the both team. Second pick Nautilus could be Karma, and you're close too. So we're going to see a bot support duo pick right here, Nautilus and who could Jin is already banned, Ash is banned. Well, there's still maybe Caitlyn, as you said.
Yeah, let's see what
Caitlyn Draven, maybe. Depends on the players. Okay,
okay,
Renekton top.
it makes sense because they picked
Renekton top.
top already.
Just saving the ADC pick for the last could be good, but could also, because like two bans are still available, so that could be bad for them. But let's see. I think the ADC is confident in his potential, so won't make a much difference. Guys are getting picked up
Right.
from the red side. Okay, now the last two bans.
Hmm.
Shakya is a very good Graves player, so Graves coming out from Shakya is not an unusual thing we see. And the Echo from the side of ACEPhoenix, it's a flex pick. Both Insec and Envy can play Echo, and both are very good at the champ.
For mid
The next,
jungle?
yeah. Envy
Mm.
is their mid, and Insec is their jungle. Envy is a very good Echo. I've seen him play firsthand. And Renekton is one of RTO's comfort pick. His name is
Mm.
RTO. You can know from that Renekton top only.
Yeah. Renekton could be actually, but like this on in Renekton, okay. Yeah, but mm, one can still substand pretty much any damage any champion can throw at
Yeah,
him. So
Zuko
yeah.
Zuko is very comfortable on tank
Mm.
champions, and Ornn is a bread and butter for him, so he can handle
Literally.
Renekton pretty easily.
Mm.
Like one or two items on Ornn, then it's easy to farm anyway.
Fiora ban, last ban coming forward from the right side. And as you've seen, right side has been focusing on the ADCs from the early. Last to pick.
Rikura banned Caitlyn though. Kira 2K is a very good Caitlyn player.
Still open.
Yeah.
Kaisa and
Okay.
Rakan.
That's a
Interesting.
Rakan coming out from Shifu. Interesting pick.
So it's a mid echo as we can see, and jungle is getting picked up right now.
Okay, is Shifu playing? Okay, he's not.
A
It's
Momo. Momo could
bad
be.
mental, I
Oh,
guess.
Hecarim. I'm not sure about Hecarim season 11, but
Yeah,
last patch.
it's a A tier champion anyway. Yeah, they nerfed his movement speed from
Mm.
75% to 55, the ramp up speed, but still it doesn't matter.
And Vayne ADC, as always, dominating. Last pick coming from. Let's see who they pick for mid lane now.
Will it be a LeBlanc? Let's see. Okay, it's an Oriana.
Oriana.
Sub-chip region is a very good LeBlanc and Oriana player, so let's see.
Oriana versus Echo. Renekton versus Ornn. Boston duo of Waiting and Nautilus versus Rakan and Kaisa. And Hecarim versus Graves in jungle.
Here's the thing, in the jungle, 1v1, Hecarim never wins Graves. But the problem is,
Mm.
if Echo is with the Hecarim, then it's gonna be a bit tough for Graves.
Mm-hmm.
Because even though with his mobility, Echo has the upper hand.
Hecarim does have a good draw 80. He can do a lot of damage
Yeah,
early
but
on in the
but the
purpose.
problem here is like Graves has his passive, which actually gives him free armor. That's why
Mm.
he can duel Hecarim. Okay, another connection issue coming from I guess Ace Phoenix.
Fine pick.
Yeah, client bug. Yeah. The the trading. There is a bug in customs where you can't actually trade champions. It happens.
In Garena?
Yeah. I mean, even if you pick for your teammates, and even if you have the champions, sometimes you can trade champions. So you just have to quit and relog. A known
Hopefully
bug.
this, hopefully this thing got sorted very soon. And we'll be into the game in a few minutes. Okay, we're back into the game, so hopefully the same picks and nothing changes.
I must not fall.
Life is too short for fear.
Okay, so the same picks and bans coming from both the teams.
Samira. Okay, yeah, pretty much same, so no changes there. We can ignore that thing. Chin. Hopefully they will be able to trade now. No such issues coming forward from the teams.
Not a problem. Your worst decisions will haunt you.
Okay, that was pretty fast. Good job to both
We'll
the
be into the
teams.
game in a few
Kudos.
seconds.
From the drafts, I think both the team are even. It's a dead even draft. Both the teams have good draftings, even though Vayne is a bit of a late game. But for early game, they have Renekton and Echo. And as I told you, like also the Akrim. As I told you that the Envy is a very good Echo player. I mean, he manages his lane pretty good. And also from the side of Team Santas, we all know how good Shokia's Graves is, Zuko's Ornn. These are kind of trademark champions for all the players. Also Ganja's Kai'Sa. Let's see.
Starting in 2 minutes.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. Yes.
It pays to play.
जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill,
What
mom.
do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, yes, yes!
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill,
What
mom.
do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, yes, yes!
It pays to play.
Okay. Standard runes, Phase Rush, Oriana, Fleetfoot, Graves, Electrocute, Echo.
Oranges would be a pretty tanky boy in the
Yeah,
game.
with that grasp, I mean late game, only Vayne can actually kill him.
There won't be a chance, I would say. He will still have a lot of support coming from all the other sides, especially Rakan.
There is a Oriana Rakan combo, so if that hits on Vayne, it's GG for Vayne from there. Let's
Do you
see
have anything
how K2K
else?
plays Vayne. He's a pretty decent ADC. He plays really good. So let's see. He has good positioning and stuff.
Few minutes we'll be starting the game.
Uh, we're at 96%, right?
Of course. He's a win main. As you can see right there.
Okay, so we are going into the match.
Okay, hello guys and welcome back to the round 2 of the playoff. Sorry. Okay, so welcome back to the semi-final stage, part 2, and we have still both of the teams ready, and the game is starting right now. Both of the players coming from for the same areas. There's going to the locations, or an alone towards the right side of the.
On the blue side, we have ACEPhoenix facing off TeamSanta on the red side.
I don't think there will be any engagement right there,
Yeah.
and they're just gonna ward and go back.
Graves is gonna
Connection,
start his red.
yeah, pretty safe. Yeah, no extraordinary engagement, and just taking level up themselves. The Conquests are waiting. Yeah, just waiting for the vision, and they'll be going back very soon.
The thing is that Graves starting red means he wants to path to bot or mid at level 3. Let's see how the laners play their
He's still
lanes.
holding on to that lane by the top, and maybe he's engaged. He is engaging versus Olaf, versus Orn. Renekton.
But he can't do much there. That's our tanky boy.
And with Brasti's will check healing himself back up very soon. Graves taking Razor Beaks now. Hakim clearing his red and Razor Beaks and going towards the wolves right now. And bot lane, equal trading.
Yeah, Hekarim is just going for his 4 camp level 3. Standard clear.
And then maybe he can push
Okay.
towards the top and fight towards the bot lane right there. Oh,
Level 2 fight coming out from.
not
Okay.
less
Team
a
Santa's
lot of
actually
damage.
wins the trade.
Not less a lot of damage in that fight. That happens when you engage very early. Healing back up. Echo. Bot lane looks like could be a focus of the early game engagement. Ornn and Renekton having a fight or farming towards the top. Renekton running away. Bot lane. Nautilus getting guys are right there on. Rakan's keeping Kalista apart, away. Kalista farming up.
Okay,
Oh, that's
Hekarim going
Wayne.
for the top scuttle and Graves going for the bot scuttle. The playstyle for Shocky's Graves is like he likes to invade a lot. So
He
he
will be.
has his bot prio. So let's see. Yeah. He's already invading. He's
But
looking for camps.
there's nothing much to take, so he possibly going to back to the bot lane.
Yeah, I think. I think he's gonna take the Krugs, I guess. But the problem is like Echo has the mid prio, so if they converge at Krugs, like 3 men, it's gonna be hard for Rakan and Kaisa to follow it up. And also the Oriana.
The Hecarim is towards the top
Okay.
lane, and they could be
So
engaging on the top lane too.
yeah, he
And that
is.
could be an easy kill coming from the top. Ornn dying early on. That is kind of bad for him, but Ornn can still sustain long enough, so I don't think that will be a much issue from the top lane. But that also gives Hecarim opportunity to move forward and be as much of a lane bully as much of a could be. And just as you can see right now, he's taking the Krug's camp, but Graves is also right there, and he's going back, trying to get him out. On going back to his lane, Hecarim is going towards the mid, I guess, or back. Yeah, he's returning, recalling.
I mean,
Nautilus is
even though On died there, it doesn't like affect him that much because he still has saved his TP.
yeah.
I think he loses 1.5 minion wave there, but it doesn't matter because he's a tank, right?
Even in the long run, doesn't affect him at all. And but Nautilus here is looking for picks after picks, and he's trying his best. And that was a mess, but still,
I mean,
Graves is
he's still doing pretty good because it's really hard to land those hooks in the minion waves. Still, he managed to land 2 hooks.
Graves is possibly taking his wolf and then the crab and going for the Drake early on, but Hecarim is also right there. So I'm not sure who's going to reach down there first. But mid lane, as you can see, the vegan getting Oriana giving a priority early for Graves. So that could be good if Graves decided to push towards the Drake or the bottom lane, both. Oh, and just Renekton runs away. Easy for Renekton as always. Graves is might be coming for the bottom, coming for the bottom lane, but Hecarim is just there waiting inside the bush. Kaisa, Hecarim Graves is here, and so is Hecarim, and both are engaged. It's a 3v3 combo right there, and Hecarim just not doing much, but Graves is doing a lot of damage. When Graves is in the bottom lane in a 3v3 situation, Graves just acts like another ADC and a lot of damage, burst potential for the players. Renekton on, nothing much happening,
I
going
mean,
to
the
be
problem
calling.
there is all the 3 persons actually deal 80 damage. So Graves has free armors anyway, so they can't actually trade with Graves there.
Ornn giving a lot of damage to Renekton. Renekton ulting right there, and Renekton is running after Ornn. He could actually kill him at this point, but will he? And Ornn is dead. Ornn is so dead. Ooh, that was good.
না মনে হয় এটা খাবো
Blue side getting 2 kills early on. Graves going for the Hecarim. Graves can't see Hecarim. Both are in the same area. Hecarim, Graves. Graves coming forward towards the mid. Renekton. Hecarim going towards the red side. Trying to get the red, but Graves is just there waiting. Or Echo getting him stunned and locked up, but like not much damage.
I mean, the
Red's
problem
taking.
here is like Echo has the lane prow and Ornn is pretty behind, so I don't think Graves is gonna get any of the top camps anymore.
That is really sad for Graves because he should
Yeah,
be a
kind
lane
of.
bully. But yeah, as you can see, Echo is trying to push down now,
So
and
they are going
bottom
for
lane
the
too.
Ornn again.
On is in a very bad situation right now, and he is still pushing, but he can't be doing much of that very soon. And Harold will be here in very soon, in 30 seconds. So is Drake actually. So red side is going for the Drake very early on. Can blue side get on and take the Herald? And Drake is pretty much gone, so we can ignore thing. But Nautilus going for Kaisa, 3 versus 3, and Kaisa. What is happening? A lot of damage going after, and Oriana dying, and so is Graves almost Graves is dead too, and so is Kaisa. Blue side taking 3 kills too. 5-0, 8 minute,
That was a
13k
very good
gold,
fight for the Phoenix team.
and
Because even
but
though they lost the Drake, but it was a Cloud Drake, so it doesn't really matter that much. But they
okay,
got 2 kills on their Vayne.
and hopefully they can take back the Herald right now. Or
I think they can, because the amount of top prior they have, it's really easy.
not this. Oh, we didn't even notice pretty much, but the Vayne was the one who was dealing a lot of damage in that round. Vayne and that's really good coming forward from the bot lane right there. 60 farm, 2 kills.
1200 gold deficit in jungle. It's really sad for Graves right now.
Especially
I
when
mean,
Graves
I
is a
mean,
farming jungle.
it's a credit for the Hecarim because he made some proactive plays and those worked out
Well, Hecarim
while
is a
Graves
champion
was
who
just
is
trying to
literally boom.
power farm out.
Hecarim is literally a champion who go vroom vroom. So yeah, that's what's been happening. Oh, bot lane also. They may be having a battle right there. Oh, Echo getting almost killing Oriana, but taking a lot of damage. Graves is right there
But I
over the
think
Echo.
Echo,
It could be
I
a
don't know, Echo
kill.
dies there, I
Oh,
guess.
no. Oh, Echo
Okay,
got
never
saved because
mind.
Hecarim was right there too. Oriana also very low, should be recalling very soon, but she wants to farm. Bot lane, Kaisa and Nautilus, no, Kaisa and Rakana right there, pushing towards the mid lane with Graves. Echo. Okay. Echo could be lost right now. Echo could be in a very bad situation, but yeah, he is dead. He is done. And so maybe or oh, that was a good sneaky move going from on and running away. On sees him. Will he engage? Will Renekton engage? He will. And okay, lot of damage coming from and nothing much happening. Blue should be running away. This is not a good position from Renekton, and he's very outnumbered right there. Literally 5 versus 2. They shouldn't be here. They should be going away. But Echo is coming back too, and maybe they can take away the Herald, or at least 1 or 2 kill. Okay, 4 are gone. That is a lot of kills coming from the blue side, and 1, 2 people, 3 players already down. 2 are right there. Oh, Graves is dead too. Right there, Graves is so dead. Oh no, he missed. Wait. Oh, they are going after Drake Graves very soon. Echo is right there, holding on to his position, getting the vision right there, so keeping him engaged. Okay, that is a dip. Easy. So did they lose everybody right there, or is there somebody was left?
They lost 4 people there.
Okay,
I think
Kaisa.
Kaisa left. Yeah.
Yeah, Kaisa ran away, I think.
The
But that
problem
is
here
really
is like they clumped up against a
Hecarim.
hacker, so
Yeah,
it
the Hecarim
wasn't a
ulti
good
is just
choice. Plus the hacker was 202. It was a really bad choice. Like the thing is that you can full on 3v5 the Herald, but you have to have position for that.
totally.
And as Echo was coming from base, he has an item advantage over Oriana.
But the clumping was good towards when they push all the 4 players towards like the wall. That was really that kind of gave
Yeah.
them a pretty good benefit over there,
And Renekton like dealt free damage there.
pretty much. Vayne didn't do much, but yeah, Graves is very
Okay,
suffering right
so
now.
we're seeing a different build path from Graves. He's buying Noon Quiver. Let's see what he goes. He's not
Right?
going the conventional Eclipse build.
Mm,
Let's see what he goes.
he's going for crit. Echo, Oriana, and Ornn. Wait, he could take that. Maybe. Okay. Harold is there towards the mid tower. Taking 2 players at least right there. 3 actually. Oh, 3. Kaza is pretty safe, I would say, so that's not an issue right there. But blue side could be taking the Drake very easily. Right. Removing the wards. Easy Drake. Mountain Soul. Mountain Drake. Not Soul. On going back to his lane. One hasn't upgraded any items, but he can't because he is still very behind comparatively to his other lane counterpart, which is Renekton. Hecarim going back, taking some of the farm, which he deserves actually. Graves finally getting his red after he has been apart from that for so long. Bot lane, Vayne and Lawless pushing. No, I don't think Ornn will die there. He's very safe. Under the tower. Hecarim might be coming forward, but oh, he's going mid, I guess, or the blue. They're going blue. Yeah, they're taking the blue now. Renekton going after. Oh, no, why is Renekton there? He is holding the but he is just spotted there by the ward.
Now the problem for Team Santa is like they're really behind in the early game and against a Hecarim, Renekton,
Mhm.
Echo. So I think for Team Santas they should slow down the game. They should not contest these neutral objectives right now.
They are contesting it
And
right there, and
okay.
that's another kill.
I mean that was just overextend from the
Mm.
Nautilus and Hecarim. They didn't have their damage dealers near them.
But
So
just
for Team
farming and
Santas, I
having
think they
fun.
should just slow down the game, let On get to level 13, level 14, get the upgraded items to Kaisa and Oriana. Then I think they can full on 5v5, depending on the picks. Even though On got ganked so much, he has the highest CS in that team. Almost in the full game, like he's just 6 CS behind from Vayne, who got free farm at bot. Okay,
Okay,
that was
Hakram
actually
ulting
bad.
the ADC right there. And another one, maybe. But, and yeah, double kill, easy. Going for Insect, jungle. And now they're going back.
That was actually bad from Rakan. I mean, I think it's a miscommunication or something, because
I think
Hekarim's.
they get the top tower, they get the bot tower, and they just all push
Yeah,
mid,
they
and
get
it's pretty
everything.
much the
I
end. It's
told you,
pretty
they
much the
can't
end.
actually fight in this situation.
No, I'm talking
They're
the
too
whole
far
game
up
too.
ahead.
The whole game is pretty much end when they get the bot and top tower, and they can just push mid, just pressure that area.
Can we see the gold?
It's 23 and 30. 30 from the left
So
side and 23 from the right side.
just just look at the goal deficit of the ADCs. Vayne is a late game champion, right? But still, she has 1700 goal lead over
Yeah,
Kai'Sa.
yeah, that's pretty much a kill goal coming forward from the.
Yeah, it's just 2k goal lead in jungle, 2k goal lead in mid, 1k goal lead in top. So even though the support goals are even, that doesn't even matter anything.
Both way.
All the 4 carries are up ahead by 1k or 2k. That's why they can't actually fight right now. I think Hekarim will hit level 11 pretty soon. And I think Shakya just became level 9. So it's almost a 2 level jungle XP gap. So they can't actually fight.
It will be pretty much waste actually if they fought right there. But you can see like blue side.
I think they're gonna let Renekton go because Renekton was DC. He got DC'd under turret.
Mm,
Let's see. I think he's gonna die from that Graves, Q, and on auto. But let's see. It's a sad thing to get DC under opponent's start.
as you can see, very nice filled with bugs. But game will be starting in 4 seconds. And we are back in. Renekton can move now, finally. And he's safe. Warren is not actually, and Renekton's so low when he died right there. And now they're following the Echo. Echo could be dead any moment. But no, he's safe. Okay. Wayne and Nautilus pushing down the mid lane. And by you can see Oriana going after the tower, or towards the bottom lane. On somehow, some way surviving. As you know, Orn does. Mid lane Vayne alone against Kai'Sa could be a really easy pick for Vayne if that's an engagement right there. But I don't think nobody's going for that. They're going for the Herald. Blue side is going for the Herald right there. And they could easily take it. No contesting from the other side. But Drake's is going to be up in 1 minute too. Oh, sorry, 30 seconds actually. Renekton pushing the bottom lane. They could easily take the Drake too. Blue side is very heavily.
It's just free objective time for the blue team for the next 2 to 3 minutes at least.
They're
'Cause they,
6,000 gold ahead. They're
yeah.
6,000 gold ahead. And
This
kills.
6000 gold will not actually matter if this game goes post 35 But the problem is it's an Ocean Soul. So if Ace Phoenix stacks up 3 Ocean Soul, that Hecarim and Renekton is gonna be unkillable. That's gonna be a problem. Because you don't have a Vayne in the Team Santa's team. Erwin
Mm,
is playing Kai'Sa. So
yeah, Kai'Sa doesn't
Ocean
have
Soul
much
does matter.
damage.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa could be a good damage dealer, but in the late game. But I don't think they need to reach the late game to do that.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like they need to slow down the game. They need to stop taking trades. They actually need to farm up the game.
Okay, bot tier to
So
top is almost gone too.
yeah.
Mid tier to no, they're going to tier one
See,
tower top
even
lane.
after Zuko like ate up so much pressure, he still has 12 CS lead.
Mm,
I mean, he's pretty much fine in that lane. That 700 gold deficit doesn't matter. Can we see the items though? Yeah. So Later already got his Goat Drinker, Sunder some Hecarim, Rocket Bell from Echo. So all of them have their okay. After the Ravenous completed from Hecarim, he is gonna enter the actual power spike phase. He can then 1v3 anyone in the game.
Graves is going for the crit build, as you can see.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice because they have Hecarim and Echo.
Yeah, then they don't have
Plus
much damage too.
Renekton that
They
over.
need the damage.
But I think they need heal reduction from the part of Oriana and Kai'Sa. Okay.
Echo picking up Graves, and he could almost die there. Echo, maybe?
He still
And
has shield
that's
bow.
engagement, maybe they can actually do this. Grave is running away. And if he reaches the tower, and he's pretty much okay, yeah, he's safe. But as you can see, blue side taking the Drake, or taking the Nashor.
I think they still could have got it, but then they didn't knew the position of Oriana. That's why they
Everybody has
actually
to. They
played
only,
it safe.
they only saw one person, so that's
Yeah,
why.
they only saw Kai'Sa, yeah.
Watch, tier 2 tower is very low, and so is the top tier 1 too. Both those tower could be gone very, very soon. Right now, 3 deaths. Sorry, 11 kills from the blue side and 3 kills from the red side. Almost 6.5k, 5k goal difference. Red tower gone from the top. Orn is going back to his lane slowly. Echo engaging on Oriana, but taking a lot of damage back. And they could finally get the Baron, I guess, hopefully. If they keep Oriana engaged, they can actually take the.
But the problem is Oriana has TP up, and they actually know it. That's why they are not risking it. Even though Echo has TP, but in a 5v5, if they eat up a Oriana and Rakan ult in a 3-man or 4-man manner, then it's gonna be a bit of a problem because Oriana has a Liandry's, which is gonna do insane amount of burn damage.
Team has kinda been slowed. Echo is heavily farmed up.
TeamSanta doing actually the thing they need to do. They slowed up the game pretty much. There have been no fight for the last 5 minutes, except the one that Echo did with Grizz, but nothing happened there. 15 seconds to Drake. Now both the teams want this Drake.
Hmm.
This Drake is gonna get Ace Phoenix to okay. That's a
is
Renekton DP.
Hecarim engage coming from the boost, and that is a bad. Lot of things happening.
Okay, Hecarim dies. Nice.
Hecarim dying right there, but that happens when you early
That was a
engage.
beautiful Orianna
And
although,
dying down the
but
backside from the
but
team.
Jhin is free hitting. Jhin is actually free hitting. Nobody
Yeah,
can actually get to Jhin. I mean Vayne.
easy 2 kills coming from the blue side.
The thing is that they were so busy with Renekton and Hecarim, they
And
can't actually like focus the
the
Vayne.
Drake now, 3 Drakes in.
Yeah, it's
Next
so fun for ACEPhoenix. Now they're
next
just gonna
Vessel.
prioritize the Baron, and even if they don't get Baron, if they get the Ocean Soul, then it's gonna be a bit problematic for Team Santas, cause they don't have any champions which actually do a lot of true damage. They can just heal up and dance around the objectives. 2 Ocean Soul already. In semifinals one, we also saw an Ocean Soul game. Though it didn't go till the soul, but
Probably this one will, and as we can
yeah,
see,
probably this game will. I don't think.
4 minutes to the next strike, by the way. 43 goal lead from the blue side and 36 from the red. 13-4. 25 minutes in almost.
On is level 13, so he's gonna start upgrading those items pretty soon.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and that would be good for Kaiser.
Yeah. The upgraded
big
Kraken
move.
Slayer is gonna deal a lot of true damage.
And On can build him some more tanky. Let's see. They're going for the Baron right now, blue side. But Echo is just behind them, and so is Graves. Pretty much whole of the red team. Except Orn. They're teleporting towards the mid, honestly.
Yeah, they were just trying to
Drake.
bait out the orange TP. That was basically their plan.
And they did it, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, they got the
They're
catch.
successful.
Almost. Mid tower. Very low. Okay. And they could be an easy death from Graves. Graves dying. But Wayne,
Okay, Renekton is actually in the back line.
Wayne is doing 3 damage, double kill and triple. And this could be a fourth one.
I think
No.
that's
Yeah,
game.
that is a triple. Quadra kill and the last one.
Kaisa dies there. Okay, Kaisa doesn't die.
Kai'Sa pretty much just runs away easy.
That's gonna be at least a medium.
Yeah, mid tower one. Main tower.
Okay, no medium.
now
They
they're
decide
going
to
for the
go for
Baron.
the Baron.
Respectable.
I mean, they could have gone for the medium if they need to Baron, but I think they want to play it safe. They don't want to give them any chance.
Also, Kai'Sa will poke. She can easily kill all the farm. Yeah, they can get it easily. All 5 Baron buffs secured. Hecarim is waiting in the bush, by the way. Now he's going back to farm. Mid tower is very low, but that won't matter much. 50,000 gold from the blue side. 10k gold ahead now. Just upgraded the lead from 6 to 10. Orn is alone in the bottom lane and could be in a really bad situation if not. Yeah, they are deciding to 3 versus 1. Orn, Benediction, Nautilus. They are leaving now. Rakan, Graves are coming back. Echo is ready to engage, but nothing coming from that. Now Echo can get the tower, I guess. And the bottom tower gone. And so does the top tower actually. So both tier 2 from the top and bottom are is also cleared up. So all inner towers are left for the red side. And the Drake is coming in a few seconds. This is going
I
to
think
be
that's a soul.
that is going to be a soul fight, and they're waiting. Echo, Rakan engaging, and Echo goes over, and they take a lot of damage. If both teams lost right now, they very bad situation, but this red side up on this big red side,
But the problem is Hecarim is unkillable in those fights.
especially
And
with oh my god, that
as you
is
have to use everything to kill the Hecarim, you can't actually target the Vayne.
and
So
they yeah, two were staying for the for the last tower, and somebody should be going for the Drake. Yeah, they don't want to. They just want
I
to
think
end.
they just want to
They
end
just
there.
want to end the game,
And they can, they have ban buff.
yeah, they pretty much can. 19 seconds till the first player come back. 15 seconds left. 9. Should be here very soon. Rakan is almost. Reaction is very low, but I think Wayne will
I
be able
think
to.
that's good. That's good.
Wayne will be able to handle that and kill everybody. That's a tower, and that's a game. Congratulations
Yeah.
to the site, and thank you guys for being a part of the stream. And we'll see you in the. Bye.
Goodbye.
दृश क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill,
What
mom.
do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. It pays to play.
दृश क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. It pays to play.
दृश क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. It pays to play.
दृश क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. It pays to play.
क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill,
What
mom.
do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill,
What
mom.
do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. What to do with this? What are you doing?
Working. pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
Standard Leona ban.
All right, welcome to the finals of the Indian Gaming League tournament. We have ACEPhoenix versus River Lost. This is game one. And the series is a best of three, right, Wolfpack?
Yes, sir.
Nice. So we see the Leona ban against Twinsy.
Yeah.
Morgana
Respect.
ban coming out for Muffin, I believe.
Yeah. Muffin is playing support. Okay, so they don't want any Echo Flex pick.
Yeah, the Echo ban is very good because Envy mains
Yeah.
Echo, and they can flex it between Insec and Envy. And with the recent buff to Echo's damage to monsters, he's a pretty strong champion now.
Yeah, they like removed the cap thing. Like it was capped at 600 damage, but
Hmm.
now it's not capped anymore. So with uncapped damage, it's like when you are level 10 or level 11, you can actually 3 to 4 shot a monster, like a big buff, red buff or blue buff. So it's kind of good. It takes less time to clear jungle anyway.
The Olaf ban coming out, very strong in the jungle now. And a
Yes,
reflected ban
big.
for RTO. Respect bans throughout the board.
True. Fiora banned for DC, Olaf banned for Cat Aerial.
What do you think the first pick is gonna be here?
I think they're gonna go for what they're gonna go for. I think blind. If you are asking for blind picking, I would go for support here. Yeah, they are going for that support pick. Because if you blind pick Hecarim here, like there are a lot of counters to Hecarim.
Pretty smart banning the Morgana and then picking the Nautilus.
Yes, sir.
Tough pick to counter.
Okay. I mean, Nautilus is pretty good into not. I mean, Braum is pretty good into Nautilus, isn't it?
Braum into not. Yeah, Braum can definitely stop Nautilus's ulti and hooks with his shield. That's the biggest part that Naut is not able to ult the person he wants to because of the Braum shield. And when Nautilus goes in, Braum is pretty strong in there also with his passive. But the
Okay. Is that a
Hecarim,
deny Hecarim? I think it should be kind of like that. Graves is still open, so if he goes Hecarim here, yeah, he's not going to.
Kaisa Braum. That's a strong bot lane.
Yeah, Halo bets Kaisa.
Halo plays, yeah, Halo plays Kaisa. Ends up triggering Braum stun super easy.
Yeah. I mean, they can both go Halo Blades, you know.
Not to
Oh,
mention
that would
Braum
that
has.
would be fun. I
Yeah.
want to watch Halo Braids Brom. Hell, I want to watch Lethal Tempo Brom. There's
Braum
this
also
big
has 2
man.
CC for Kaisa passive. Ooh, Vayne Nautilus. What do you think about the Vayne pickup, Potato?
I think I always love watching Vayne 1.0 face against Vayne 2.0. It's so interesting, this matchup.
Uh, that's a pretty symmetric bot lane. You have both percent health ADCs and tanky supports, but a Hecarim pickup coming in. I think Hecarim with Divine Thunder is pretty strong in the current meta, and it's a strong jungler. One of Insect's best champions.
I'm disappointed he didn't pick Lee Sin with that name, honestly.
I think River Lost will most probably pick jungle. Yep, with the Graves coming in for Cat IRL. Second rotation bans. Both the solo lanes are still hidden. So bans focus towards top and mid.
I already told you, with Graves open, blind picking Hecarim is not a good idea. But let's see how they actually play it out. Got Graves into Hecarim is pretty good.
A Lawi ban coming in, aimed at RTO, the Wukong ban. We see top laners getting banned throughout the board.
4 top bans already.
Yep,
That's quite the attack on the top lane pool.
true. With respect to top lane meta, oh, the Ornn ban. Wow, okay, the attack continues. What do you think the last ban here is going to be? DC has
I
shown to be
think
pretty
it's
good
gonna
at
be Irelia. I think it's
Yep.
gonna be Irelia.
But
I
they
think
do
I'm
have.
going to be disappointed if it's not a top lane ban at this point.
Yep, Irelia
Oh,
comes out. I think Akali is open, and DC has Written Death has shown to be a very good Akali, as a matter of fact. I think I expect them to pick up the Akali over here. Another interesting thing is, yep, there's the Akali pick. It can be flexed, but I think
But I
it's
don't
better.
think Crow plays Akali. That's the
Yeah,
main thing, yeah.
I
not
don't
Vincent.
believe Crow plays Akali. No, I think
Yeah.
that's probably a top lane Akali.
Yeah,
Unless they decide to switch the laners themselves. Crow used to be a top laner at some point, so that is one way they could flex the Akali. send Dead Corporal mid and Crow goes top.
I think we'll get to see ACEPhoenix's full team come completed. Oh, the Galio. Is it going to be? They have a really strong team fight engaged with the Hecarim dive, with the Nautilus, Galio ulting in, and RT will be going in for the Mordekaiser. Counter pick goes
really-
to Lost.
I really like how this team comp is showing up. They have a lot of engage, a lot of dive. They have the CC needed to break up the fight, and that's a scenario where Vayne really shines, where she can individually pick out targets and DPS them down.
Yeah, and I think given the high amount of CC that they have, and how 3 champions on River Lost are not very tanky in Kaisa, Graves, and Akali, if they lock one of them down, they can just get CC chained to death. And Seraphine pick up as the last pick. I believe that should be mid Seraphine in the hands of Crow, and top Akali in the hands of Written Death.
Crow does love to play Seraphine.
So, what do you guys think about both the comps here?
Here
Wolfpack?
is a thing, like Akali was picked by DC, right? So if he gets 1 or 2 kills over Mordekaiser, like even if it's from a TP bot or TP mid or whatever, the lane for Mordekaiser is over. It's pretty much even in the first phase, but if Akali gets a lead, it's over for Mordekaiser. And in mid, it's gonna be Crow farming it out till he has 120, 130 CS. There's gonna be nothing in mid. So as Insect picked one of his main champions, I'm expecting a top camp from him. Because if you let this Akali scale out, it's gonna be really dangerous for them. And mind me not, DC's Akali is insanely good.
True. I think if this game, however, stays even and goes to late game, I think ACEPhoenix definitely have the comp advantage.
Yeah,
With
obviously they have a Vayne and Nautilus.
heavy
Nautilus can peel
engagement.
for Vayne like
Yeah.
for days. By the time they actually kill the Hecarim and Galio, who are gonna be diving back lane, Vayne is gonna kill them all.
I think what it really comes down to is at the end, can Phoenix really get a clean engage onto the comp that River Lost has here? Because they do have the Graves and the Kaisa and the Seraphine, so there's a lot of kite potential along with the Brom shield and the stuns coming in from him. So if they get a clean engage and they can start a team fight with a man advantage, just pick one guy off, instantly burst them down, I think they can do really well in these late game team fights. But if something goes wrong and River Lost is able to disengage, then they can literally kite for days.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we'll be back after the ads. Stay with us.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes. pays to play.
Standard runes coming out of the both the teams. So it's a Predator Galio, and Envy likes to play Predator Galio. He doesn't like to play the Aftershock Galio. He's like going zoom in.
Not to mention, we also have a flashless Graves with Ignite, which means that that can be a priority target for ACEPhoenix if they get hard CC onto Graves. Apart from his
But
dash, he has no
but
other.
that also means Hecarim can also lose both his buffs.
True, true.
That is
That
true. I
also
think
means
it's a
that.
really interesting choice because, like I said before, I think the win condition for Phoenix here is just to be able to run at Rivelos team, catch someone out and nuke them down, and then we have this Graves is like, I don't need flash.
Double TP coming out from both the solo laners on both the teams. So I think we can expect some interesting 5-man bots,
4 TP
especially as
bot
counter.
lane.
Oh, TP bot.
Five-man
Typical
bots.
ADC life.
This is what I live for.
The
5
bot lane special.
Typical ADC life for Lotus.
I think it'll be interesting to see if Graves will use Hecarim's weak early and actually try to invade and see. Because
Yeah, I think it's not a bad choice for him to go Ignite because he can actually bully Hecarim early game, and as they have a Kaisa and Braum, I think he'll get a proper support from his bot lane too.
yeah,
I mean,
in terms of price,
Vayne is not strong early game, so they can get the push out, and
yeah,
then they can invade the Hecarim.
In
Kaisa from
isolation, Vayne should be able to beat Kaisa early game because of the range advantage and the fact that she has the auto cancel built into her tumble. But the issue here is the Braum is much better at just simply trading than a Nautilus. Like the only thing Nautilus can do is engage onto you, but that is a
not to
Braum.
mention
You do
that,
not want to literally just run into Braum's face.
and using level 1 Brom's advantage with his Q, level 1 Brom Kaisa is much stronger than level 1 Vayne and Nautilus. So I
Yeah,
think bot should be able to get prio easily.
the only way I see them winning level 1 is just Nautilus landing some kind of god hook. But even then, I think
But even then
it's level 1.
they
They could just
lose
burn flashes.
because even if they land a hook, it's gonna be in Brom's auto range. So
Yep. And we do the LOL India special where the game pauses as soon as it begins, and we
It's
wait for all the
it's
players to come
like I've
back from their
always said,
respective
it's
breaks.
not a South Asian tournament if there isn't a pause. It just isn't.
And there has to be a pause before 5 seconds because someone meant to drink water.
Just mentally preparing for the game.
I think
So
Lotus can
for all the
actually relate
viewers
to
at
that.
home, the long loading times don't take a toll just on them. It takes a toll on the players as well.
I think one thing is going to be crucial is the itemization because anti-healing will be pretty important for River Lost. Given Hecarim and Mordekaiser both with Conqueror and Hecarim with Divine Thunderer, the moment he hits that power spike, he just heals so much.
Yeah,
Divine
I agree.
Thunder is actually broken. For real. It's actually broken. Not gonna lie.
I think the build scales off a bit when you go late because Triforce gives Hecarim the movement speed, but
You're just looking at Hecarim, right? Imagine Grasp Camille with Sunderers.
oh yes,
Bro,
when you hold on to the
that's
rift.
so
Now
hard.
the big question is, guys, spicy level 1, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Who do you think
The,
wins the level 1? I think the advantage goes to River.
Obviously, we were
uh,
lost. Obviously, we were lost.
the Braum at level 1 is
Yeah.
strong. Akali level 1, Braum level 1, Kaisa level 1. Kaisa basically has 2 spells at level 1 because of her passive.
Not just walking in, he's gonna spot Akali.
Okay.
Akali gets spotted off. Hook connects onto Akali. Root flashes out. Ignite is down.
But I think
Dead Corporal manages to get out with his life.
I think Flashless Akali is really big. Oh, Flash from Galio.
Okay. Flash from Galio. Also, it's a XP gap for ADC now. Because
True.
Kaisa got the word.
Halo Blades OP.
OP, bro. OP.
So a bunch of summoner spells do get traded out. We see the Galio losing his flash. I don't think the Galio losing his flash is as big of a deal as the Kali losing her flash because I think the top lane matchup is going to be really critical in this match.
Yep. It's all going to be about whether the Kali is able to pressure a lead, and without Flash, you obviously can't play as aggressive. So Galio's job is pretty simple. He has to shove waves, catch up XP, farm to level 6, but the Akali is the one who has to play aggro. And we see here Graves getting spotted out at the red buff, doing a solo start. And I think they know that Hecarim started blue also because the bot lane
They do
position.
have a ward down there at
Yeah.
the red buff. Yeah. So both junglers spotted out right at the very beginning. Oh, interesting hook attempt from Nautilus over there. Unfortunately, does not connect. Holy Gunners managed to land a bunch of free damage on the way in there as she tries to push in the wave.
Is it unfortunate for ACEPhoenix or unfortunate for liver loss? Because even if he landed the hook, I think he would have been chunked to half health.
Yep. And we
I
see
think that
here Graves invading the Hecarim at his wolf, simply going for a red buff. But I don't think he gets it. He's still at 5 CS. So the Graves going to be pretty behind on his clear.
this is really interesting. Level 2 advantage did come from come for the bot lane from Phoenix, but they weren't able to really do anything with it. Was hook misses, and then River Loss is just quick to just walk up and start poking them down again. Some action down in the mid lane. Poke lands onto Galio, who is flashless, but he should be safe under this tower. But I think the Hecarim is definitely feeling some of the pressure. No, never mind. Actually, the Hecarim is up a bunch of CS over the
Yeah,
Graves.
what happens is the Graves took his red, went to invade him at the Wolves, but Hecarim already cleared his top side and he wasn't able to get much. So he's actually behind on the tempo. But bot lane is pretty pushed up. I think he can look for a play bot and Graves can't match it because he still has to do it Wolves and blue.
That
Invading low
is
mid.
true. A lot of pressure coming out in this mid lane. Now, while it is true that Galio does get poked out early in this matchup, I'd say that's a bit too much of getting poked out.
Yep, he's probably gonna have to recall. Otherwise, I think that's an easy dive. But Graves walking bot, Hecarim there to counter gank. I think Graves gets the scuttler. Because of the mid prive advantage that Seraphine was able to get. Oh, a bit of a brawl.
Does manage to get the scuttle. Skirmish breaks out in the bot lane. Brom's
Ghost
stun
Spot.
comes out. Nautilus takes a shit ton of damage right there.
Ghost spot from Hecarim, so that's a summoner spell advantage, and River Lost get the scuttler, so net plus for River Lost.
Another CS differential that we saw in the jungle should even out as Graves clears his bot side of the jungle, where the Hecarim really doesn't have much to do.
Yep, we can see Hecarim walking all the way to the top scuttler. Seraphine recalls TPing straight into mid lane. I think she might.
That might be a bit of an ambitious teleport. Has to blow flash to evade the incoming gang. Root connects onto Galio, goes back in with the dash, big damage. A bit of a
Wolfpack, what did you think about
miscalculation
the
by
jungle?
Crow over there.
Yeah. And Wolfpack, what did you think about the jungle invades that Graves and the decisions that Graves made?
I mean, the thing is that Hecarim already cleared his top side, right? He was just clearing his wolf. So what Graves did, he walked from raid to his wolves, and then he had to walk all the way back to his own blue side jungle. So it actually took him like 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes to do all that. But it evened out when he got the scuttle. So I don't think Graves is behind. I think cause of the bot lane pressure, if the bot can freeze it out, and as Hecarim doesn't have any ghost, they can actually look for a bot lane play.
I
And
think top lane's
also,
in a problem though. Because
Top lane is kind of getting
yeah.
beaten up.
There's already
Already
10 CS
down 10 CS, and that's a way pushing into Akali. So there's more of a CS gap.
I mean, bro, the point is like Akali was flashless, right? And her flash is gonna be up in like 15 to 20 seconds. So they didn't do anything with it. And
Both the
now
junglers are
after,
top side
yeah.
for some reason, but the Akali was flashless and pushing into the Mordekaiser. We
Now
see
this-
Graves top.
This is
a
kind
bad
of a
position.
spicy spot. The wave is pushed up. Graves is on the top side. Hecarim doesn't seem like he wants to move to the top side anytime soon. So Mordekaiser has to realize that he's in a bit of a pinch here. Maybe sacrifice some farm or somehow get this wave to push. And Akali is a bit low on HP, but
Graves
let's
is
see how
spotted
this
by the
plays
wall.
out.
It feels bad to be that Mordekaiser in that spot, knowing the jungler is there and having the wave frozen.
Now we
He's gonna fall
see
so
Phoenix
behind.
moving into the river. They seem to be wanting to get themselves a dragon. Ever lost,
They already
I
started
think,
it.
have decided to give it up.
With Graves being spotted at the top Tribush, Everlost give up the dragon for getting the top lane advantage with a 20 CS lead on Akali now over the Mordekaiser.
Now that Akali hasn't gone back to base yet. Now Akali has her flash back up. She has a teleport. This is a wave pushing into the tower. So this Akali is going to come back with a bunch of items and a solid item lead over the Mordekaiser.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see what RTO decides to do with the wave, since it is slow pushing towards Akali's side. Back in bot lane, things still going smooth, relatively even CS between both the teams.
Can we see the objective timers?
I
Okay,
think
so
we see
it's a
Graves invading Hecarim. I think he
so
should
Should be
get
here
all
is
around
the
the
way
12
to
minutes
thing.
the
on.
It's gonna be either an infernal soul or an ocean soul. So depending on what kind of soul, it's good for both the teams. I think ACEPhoenix is gonna like target that soul. As they have the early Drake, their prior should be like securing the second Drake too.
Mordekaiser still
Infernals.
hasn't recalled.
This is really bad. Mordekaiser hasn't recall. Akali is back with items. You see that she took almost no damage there.
This is
This
really
wave is
bad.
pushing into the tower, so the Mordekaiser has no option but to teleport back. That which means that teleport advantage goes to Return Death in this matchup, and this is the
Not
Mordekaiser is
really. I
already
think
behind.
Akali is freezing that wave.
Yep,
Yeah,
Akali got
Mordekaiser
freeze
can
that
just
way.
walk back lane, but I don't think Mordekaiser
He's
is
going to
gonna
lose
get any
CS.
farm.
He's gonna lose a
Yeah,
lot of CS.
he's gonna
He tried to
lose a
shove in that
lot
wave.
of CS.
He tried to shove in that wave, but he wasn't able to get it all the way through, so he handed Akali a freeze. And now Graves is top side, so if he TPs, he's very risky to a gank.
Mordekaiser is falling further behind in this matchup, and I don't think I need to tell anyone how great Mordekaiser is when he's behind. Just an amazing
I
champion.
already told you, bro. Like if Akali gets 1 or 2 kills or gold worth 1 or 2 kills, then it's over. And it's
Summon the
already
Death Knight,
over for Mordekaiser.
but
Unless
not for
something
you.
miraculous happens.
I think Graves spotted by Galio.
This Akali is shaping up to become a real threat in the side lane like 10 or 8 minutes from now.
Yep.
No
I think
one
top
being
lane
able
been
to
frozen
contest
since
her.
about 5 minutes, but the team ACEPhoenix has done nothing about it. They're not trying to break it at all.
Look at that CS lead, it just keeps growing and growing. All of the lanes are relatively even.
Oh,
Oh,
that's coming in
team
from
fight
Braum.
breaks out in the bot lane. Ult from Braum. Nautilus dropping low. Kaisa dealing
Mordekaiser
damage.
still has
Teleport
TP,
comes
bro.
in. Flash goes out.
TP to
Another
Mordekaiser
teleport.
and
Mordekaiser.
then
Akali goes for the Vayne. Ult has
Akali
been
did
popped.
it.
That's a lot of damage. Is the Nautilus gonna
Oh.
die? He's still alive. Galio ult comes in. Mordekaiser ults the Akali.
5-man bot.
Flash being burned. Beautiful ult by Hecarim. That's first blood going down to the Vayne. But
Oh,
Seraphine comes in to
oh,
ult lands onto
man.
Hecarim and the instant trade kill. Goal goes to Seraphine. Kaisa ult. Vayne has to flash out.
Net 1-for-1 after that 5-man. I think ACEPhoenix got the advantage because Seraphine didn't have a TP and Galio was able to ult bot, which gave them a temporary 5v4. But after that, when Seraphine joined the fight, obviously Hecarim's running Ghost and he gets caught out. But who do you think that's more worth for?
It's more worth for River Loss because they still have flash up on both their Seraphine and Kaisa. On the other hand, they had to burn everything on the ACEPhoenix side. So the next fight, Kaisa is gonna have a free flash.
Not to
Dragon
mention,
is coming up soon. And there are literally 0 flashes up on the side of Phoenix.
and the
If a
bot
fight
lane of
breaks
Phoenix
off-
will have
Also Galio ult is down, Mordekai's ult is down. Those are vital ultimates. Actually fight there.
It seems that one thing that does do for Phoenix is Mordekaiser finally gets to catch a wave. 44 CS to 84. I would not want to be in that position.
We see 1,000 gold lead in the favor of River Lost, solely off that CS diff.
Nautilus barely survived by the
It's
skin of
already
his teeth
600 gold
over
within
there.
top. It's just CS gap.
And
Great
imagine
moving
if
forward. I think they
Akali
might
did
be
manage
right
to
there.
get the kill on the Nautilus over there.
Should
Okay, it
be
seems
a
there's
direct
Yeah,
some
attack.
true.
action
That was
going
unlucky.
on the
It
bot
was
Come
lane.
on,
unlucky.
Kaisa,
Ult
Kaisa's
connects onto Kaisa, has to flash out. Teleports are coming in. Vayne is down as well. Galio is around. There are 4 people in this bot lane. Galio
I think they tried to
Galio
grab
gets
her.
caught out as well. Is this going to be another kill? Ult connects from Braum and it's an easy kill for Holy Gunners.
3-for-0 in the favor of River Lost.
I mean, I told you, like, they had no flash in bot and Kaisa had flash, so they actually had the advantage to actually dive.
I think,
And that's free Drake.
yeah.
This was very well played by River Loss. The
True,
bot lane
well
from
executed.
Phoenix was already low on HP, but they decided to stay at the tower, not realizing that there were so many people missing on the side of River Loss. As I say that, it seems like our pony has been caught at the Herald. Akali ults out.
Death Helm comes out.
Follow up
Okay,
from
Hecarim
Seraphine,
is dead.
that's an instant death. It seems that everything is going wrong for Phoenix as they manage to lose bottom and top side at the same time.
Gold gap is now to 2.5k in the favor of the Lost.
There is a thing that bot lane play was really good by ACEPhoenix, but the problem is Hecarim stayed to push out that wave. So they didn't actually respect that Crow was in river. That's why they actually lost that fight, and now this is happening.
And also a factor that plays into that is the fact that Akali is so far ahead that Written Death can actually get away with going in 2v1 like that and just stalling for time until his mid laner shows up.
Look at his ulti. I think they finally dive. He's
That's a
positioning
lot of
very well on the
damage
tower,
coming onto
but
the Graves, but it's not enough to kill him. Phoenix seems to be trying to trade by taking the dragon over here. Seraphine gets caught out by the Galio.
There's
CC
no flash.
connects. Nautilus ult. And I think
Seraphine
that's a shutdown for the win. 450 gold.
That was a bit questionable because your jungler is topside, so you should not be in that position anyway. You just have to give up the Drake.
That was Crow disrespecting the engage from Phoenix. And this is what I said about what Phoenix Teamcom wants to do is they want to engage, burst someone down, and Crow was like, let me just go in here, let me go in solo here and give these guys a free kill.
But at the same time, I think Rivercross just got 5 plays onto the Akali and Graves at top lane.
Exactly.
While Akali is just gonna become.
I mean, that would have been like completely worth for River Lost because it's 5 plates, but they gave away 300 free gold and a Drake. So it's kind of even now.
Hook connects
Okay.
onto Kaisa in the bot lane. Hecarim ult. Kaisa dodges by
goes
using
in.
her ult, but she's in a bad
Yeah.
position right now. That's another kill for the Vayne. That Vayne is getting really fed. Galio ult comes in. That's a double kill for the Vayne. I don't think the Galio ult was necessary, but
600 more gold.
Assist farming.
assist farming indeed.
I think 4 kills on Kais, 4 kills on the Vayne.
That's a really fat
a
Vayne.
lot.
That's a very
Limit
fat
testing
Vayne.
with Kaisa and Braum.
I'm usually very body positive, but that's a very fat Vayne.
Look at the top lane. Akali is starting to apply pressure on the T2 over here. It's 14 minutes into the game.
Akali with Night Harvester and sock shoes. That is one scary Akali.
One
Going
Q
all
equals to
in for the
30%
damage
Mordekaiser
because
damage.
no matter how fed that Vayne is, guys, it only takes 2 hits from the Akali to kill her. And another engage onto Crow in the mid lane. He tries to ult in order to disengage, but gets locked down super hard and gets taken out. Another kill going over to ACEPhoenix. ACEPhoenix did fall behind in the initial skirmishes over there, but it seems like they're making their way back in.
I mean, this is just Riverclaws not understanding like their visions and their power. Like you look at the bot river, that is lit up for ACEPhoenix. Whereas for Riverclaws, their strong point is the top side, but they're not playing to it.
Interestingly enough, they do seem to have a bunch of wards in the bot lane, so I'd say this might be more of a case of just disrespecting what a champion can actually do.
Yeah, the Braum bot in a secured vision now, but we see DC moving in for the mid lane. And Mordecai is finally catching another wave for the second time.
So we see a bunch of people moving down to the bot lane. Maybe some action would break out here. Never mind. It seems like everybody decides to go home, call it a day.
I think this game basically comes down to Graves Akali versus Vayne. Who can do better?
The issue here is on the side of Riverloss, there isn't really a lot of beefy, tanky frontline. Instead, there's a lot of people who want to kite you, and Vayne doesn't really excel in those situations. So it's going to be up to her team to give her the opportunity to get the kind of fights that she wants.
I think the Hecarim ult is gonna be crucial for these fights because if Hecarim can zone out the damage dealers from River Loss, then Vayne can actually free hit.
And a bit of a skirmish going down in the mid lane. Galio gets a really nice engage onto the Seraphine, but has to immediately blow his flash when he realizes Graves is there to follow up.
Not to mention he presses Predator and goes zoom. Oh, I think ACEPhoenix trying to collapse on the bot side. Nautilus and Hecarim moving.
ACEPhoenix has been prioritizing this bot lane really, really hard. The concern here is that Mordekaiser is the Mordekaiser is screaming in pain at this point.
But I think with the Riftmaker complete, they're actually making a lot of comebacks. Like we see the goal lead still stayed stagnant at 2.5 thousand. So due to the
That's true.
trolls and everything. And
We
plus,
have some juicy attempts going on here. Brush camping 101.
quite cheery. We see the Graves walking in for that. I think he's gonna
That
die.
is some beautiful cheese fondue right there.
Nautilus hook. Flashless Graves. And he should.
Now that was a bit messy.
Quite a bit messy. Shutdown goes to Hecarim. Oh, that's
Seraphine
Akali.
almost dies there trying to save the doomed Graves, but here we see Akali diving the Mordekaiser takes half of her HP in damage from the tower for the most. But oh dear, this top lane matchup is a disaster.
Yep, but ACEPhoenix is starting Dragon. Although Akali TP comes down, this is a 4v4.
That's Seraphine teleporting in. Root connects onto the Galio. A dragon is being burned down. It seems that Akali has chosen to withhold her TP for now.
Securing the blue
And
buff.
blue buff for Akali PogChamp.
Juicy blue buff, bro.
I think it was a smart decision though, because they didn't have a jungler anyways.
Yeah, the jungler was down, so
Not to mention when Mordekaiser respawns, he just TPs down, but Graves has to walk all the way through. So
But
there was
what baffles me is why Seraphine would choose to teleport in when Akali clearly isn't following up.
true, some miscommunication over there, but I think they're trying to trade it for the Herald. TP comes down from the Galio.
Galio teleports in. Graves is inside the pit, dashes right out, and seems like they're going to give this one up as well.
ACEPhoenix thanking the River Lost for the leash. And they secure the Herald.
And Nautilus again onto Kaisa under the tower. Doesn't realize the Braum is right there. Braum ult connects onto both members. Nautilus is locked down under turret. Vayne getting a bit low. Akali is here in the bot lane. Vayne flashes, tries to secure the kill, fails to do so, and the Akali gets another kill. This Akali is getting borderline obese now.
I think he's looking here for a counter, but Seraphine ulting onto Galio and Hecarim, and Graves is going to take down the Hecarim. I think Shieldbow Graves just has so much healing. They don't have the damage to prove
I
it.
mean, all the Korean masters and grandmasters are playing this build. It's like
And
the Shieldbow into collector.
This is why I love preseason, guys. Graves gets
Hecarim
caught
got it.
out, gets brought down to 10% HP, and then he's not at 10% HP anymore.
Boom! 50% health shield.
Graves be like, psych! Got him!
Yeah, Hecarim and Galio just don't have the damage to deal with their Graves.
It was
And
kind of working out in the early game,
Akali
but
goes
it
on
seems
to
that a
it.
brawl is going down in the bot lane. Akali pops her shroud, goes onto the Vayne. That's a lot
Both
of
them
damage.
died.
DC.
Ulti connects, but he doesn't have enough damage to finish her off. Has to back off. Graves is running right in. Bit of an int there. Galio ult comes in, almost takes down the Vayne actually, but ends up actually just feeding the Hecarim another kill.
Seraphine
Mordekaiser
taking the
managed to
Buddha.
get an ult onto Seraphine, but he isn't really doing a lot of damage here, but it doesn't matter because his team is right there to back him up, and another death. That did not
Thankfully-
go as planned.
Definitely not. Thankfully, there's no objective on the map, and the Kaisa might be able to trade it for the top tier 2. But Nautilus is moving, and they're gonna back away from it.
They do manage to get a few of the camps in the north side jungle, so silver linings.
Yep. Gold lead now 3,000 in favor of River Lost. I think it'll all come down to the next team fight, which is gonna be Soul for ACEPhoenix. They have managed to secure themselves 3 dragons, and an Infernal Soul on that team just looks really scary. If they're able to secure Infernal Soul, I think they have a very good shot at winning this game.
It does
Yes,
give
sir.
them that slight boost in damage that they so desperately need right now. So this is interesting. Look at the mid lane. Early on in the game, we did see Seraphine sort of bullying the Galio a lot, but right now she's down. Like she's 60 CS down.
Yep, I think ever since she's been losing her flash, the threat of Galio Nautilus and all the CC has just been making problem. Oh, flash
And a
on from
beautiful
Galio.
engage from the Galio. Goes in
Kaisa
on the
no ulti.
Kaisa. Hecarim is on top of the Kaisa. Braum is trying to peel. The shield goes up. Kaisa goes down. That's a shutdown to the Galio. Braum gets taken down by a sweet hook, and we see the same pattern continuing where Riverlaw just decides like, yeah, I'm gonna int now.
ACEPhoenix moving to the Baron, but I think they decide not to take it, even though they have a 3v5 advantage, probably because their lack of summoners and ultimates.
But Mordekaiser still has ultimate for the Akali.
True, and they actually end up losing the tier 1 despite it being 3v5. For some reason, they're really respecting this Akali.
It seems that the Nautilus is going to get a flank here. No, decides to just simply back off. Will he go for the hook? He is posturing quite aggressively, but seems like they're
Nautilus
just
does
gonna
have
back
ultimate.
off.
I think I wanted to save the resources for the Soul Dragon. Ultimate goes out on
Oh,
Akali.
that's an ult onto the Akali who just walks away. Hook connects onto Braum. That's not what who you want to hit, buddy.
That's
Nautilus
not
gets
level.
done in the
Questionable
wrong
hook.
spot, and
What?
Nautilus
ACEPhoenix
just got
decided
baited so hard by the Akali that decides to alter the Akali. Is like, nope, dash dash.
Dragon Soul, not today.
Let's see if it happens. Okay, it's not happening. Hecarim is going
Yeah.
out.
No steals attempt.
Soul win condition has been delayed by a bit, it seems.
Interesting attempt for the ultimate, but I think the hook was definitely too late. They had no follow up.
I think they should have just cut their losses at that point and been like, yeah, we burned this ultimate, has obviously failed, and not tried to force an engage like that against a Braum. Once you're going in, you're not coming out.
Mordekaiser. Now 60 CS behind the Akali. I don't think this
Yeah.
game. Oh, Predator
Oh boy,
Galio is running
Seraphine
in.
gets caught in the top lane, gets one-shotted by the Galio. Akali teleport coming in, finds himself in a 1v2. Dead Corporal, the moves the blaze, dodges the ult, shot
Moving
goes
down,
out.
so is great.
He is doing a lot of damage here, but his
Oh,
cooldowns
Rebel don't
are
win
out.
this.
It seems that Graves ends up paying the price for it.
But the problem is, it's a with Spirit Visage and Sunderers, Hecarim is insanely tanking.
And there's no anti-healing on the side of the river.
And it seems that they're starting up the Baron here. Jungle dead for the side of River Lost.
Yep. The Akali having no ultimate either. I think this is a free Baron.
I think this is a Baron, yes.
Mordekaiser ults the Seraphine. Akali looking. goes in.
Seraphine is teleporting into the Baron
Baron
pit,
secured.
gets locked up immediately, managed to get a 3-match win. What is that damage coming out from the Kaisa? Holy shit!
I think that was just a lot of AoE layered on top of each other. Entire thing of Seraphine with Akali.
And the Kaisa just jumps right in and cleans everyone up right away.
So
ACEPhoenix does
basically,
the
Galio and Vayne has the Baron buff.
Not quite bad. I still would say worth. Since
Still
Baron
worth,
has-
they can divide those two up into different lanes and get a decent amount of pressure, but for now it seems that they're going to lose the tier 2 mid turret. The goal lead has grown to 3.5k. This game overall has been a bit chaotic. Things have been
I
going
mean, if
back
you look
and
at the
forth.
goal graph, it'll be like up, down, up, down. Like one team gets the lead, then that team throws. The other team gets the lead, and that team throws. But it's interesting to see how Phoenix will use their Baron buff, and it seems like they're grouping up middle, forcing 5v5s.
Mordekaiser has been farming away peacefully all this time. Has gotten up to 150 CS, more than the Seraphine.
Will we see the NA ramp? Guys are now recalling a bit late. They're gonna have to lose the T2 for that.
I think they lose it anyway. T2 is kind of hard to defend. And now it seems like the ARAM has officially begun. All 10 members down in the mid lane.
I think given the fact that Galio has both ulti and TP and Predator up, you can easily send him to a side lane. Pause
That
comes out.
confuses me. Galio does have his ult. Why not use that pressure in other lane?
Yeah. I think a 1-3-1 would be pretty good right now, but the problem is that who's gonna match the Akali? Because if Akali goes, then she ends up killing anyone in the side lane, so they have to consider that.
Another pause coming in. And for now, it seems like Riverlost has defended against the mid siege that Phoenix was pulling out.
Yep, and we finally see anti-healing getting picked up by the Seraphine and the Akali with 3 QSS on River Loss. Because nobody wants to be taken to the Gulag.
Oh boy.
Very defensive build from the Vayne also, going for shield bow and QSS.
At
Both.
this point, the Gulag isn't really a Gulag. It's more like a budget Gulag because that Mordekaiser doesn't really have the damage to kill anyone other than the Seraphine, most
Yeah.
probably.
I mean, he's just stacking resistances after his Rift Maker. So,
Basically. Utility Kaiser. Meanwhile, on
about the
the
Vayne
start,
build with shield bow and QSS.
oh boy. That's a lot of not die.
Yeah. Good anti-burst. But I think the QSS is there for the Seraphine ulti and Braum stun. Oh, the king gets unpaused. And I think they are sending their solo laners to the side lane. Mordekaiser is walking top.
So gonna catch that big juicy wave so that he can build more tank.
So that he can go from being 60 CL down to 50 CS. But
Oh boy. I would have liked to see at least some amount of damage coming out from the Mordekaiser. It seems that he's decided to go full tank.
I think it'll be interesting to see what he decides to build that in. I think they're going for a force of nature, if I'm not wrong.
I'm not exactly a fan of Tank Kaiser.
Yeah, same. I think he just uses the dot AP items so well, given his passive.
Yeah, that's true, and I see none of them here. This guy's just going full tank, and look at the side of River Lost. There are, I believe, 3 QSSs.
Yep.
So he's basically doomed to 1v1 the Seraphine at this point.
But it's actually kind of beneficial because, again, like the Seraphine is the weakest target. I think he loses the 1v1 against Kaisa Graves.
I
and
think he
Akali.
loses the 1v1 everyone else anyway.
Yeah. So it's always going to be this. It's always going to be the Seraphine who he looks for. And if he can take out Seraphine before her ulti hits the rest of the team, that actually might be huge for ACEPhoenix.
The QSS on Akali, I think, is really important because that boy is fed. And knocking him out of a fight for 8 seconds, that gives Vayne some space to do something. Right now, Dead Corporal is putting a lot of pressure on the Vayne.
I
Not
think
really able to walk up and do the damages.
I think we see Holy Gunners has a 60 CS lead over Kira 2K. Despite the Vayne having 4 kills early game, she's still down 60 CS.
The kills are definitely good, but 55 CS, that's a lot of lead. And fight goes down into the middle. Akali ult into Kaisa ult. Vayne is still alive. Galio ult comes in. Akali gets knocked up and bursted down.
That was a
Meanwhile,
good
Nautilus
attempt.
dies in the backline. Vayne is still pumping out damage. That's a lot of lifesteal. But he finally goes down. Too much damage on the Kaisa at this point. Hecarim is just run right in and one-shot the Kaisa. And with that, Seraphine dies
Great.
as well. And
That's
oh
Soul.
boy.
That's Infernal Soul.
There is Infernal Soul, like, indeed, Riverlost going a bit too ham there.
Yeah, I think DC tried to go in for the Vayne, but given the shield bow, given the QSS, he just wasn't able to get the kill, and then he was in too deep, and the Galio ulti gave him the magic resistance shield. And now Galio is looking.
It
for
seems that the
Grave.
Grave is going to try to get a steal over here, but none of that, I guess.
I don't think he can. Yep, he's backing off. cutting the loss. Interesting point was that the Kaiser dove in for the Vayne, but even after that, Hecarim just ran in and she didn't have her ulti or anything. And she experienced ADC season
He
11.
just got season 11 version 2, new and improved. Oh, I meant season 10.
And not to mention that the Seraphine was taken into the Gulag and unable to ult. We still see. Or actually, I believe the ult did go out. But again, Seraphine is the only one Mordekaiser will be ulting, and her build is entirely offensive. None of it gives her any defense. So she's going to have to figure out how to survive the Death Realm if she actually wants to contribute to the team fights.
The issue here is that the Akali and Kaisa got taken down relatively early, and the Braum Seraphine and Graves aren't really
True.
bound
After
to be
Kaisa,
taken
Akali
down
are
either.
dead. I think Hecarim, Galio can just run through your entire backline, and Graves alone can't do enough damage.
Graves alone doesn't do enough damage to
Given his
stop all
build
of
is
them.
just sustain.
He's going for the
Damage,
tanky
right?
sustain-ish build, right? Yeah.
What do you think about the Graves build, Wolfpack?
I think Wolfpack died. RIP.
F.
Just press F.
Problem is
Can we have
like,
F? Oh, he's back from the dead.
yeah, I mean the problem is that they have an infernal soul. Plus, can I see the Hecarim's items? I mean, the Hecarim has a Spirit Visage and a Sterak's Gauge. So there is no one on Rivalos team which can actually burst down that Hecarim. But still, he will deal tons of damage. So it doesn't matter if that Graves has a QSS or anything like that. No one can stop the Hecarim from one-shotting the Kaisa. It's a bit doomed.
It's a no. It's on the Kaisa now to not greed like he did in the last team fight, and Holy Gunner really needs to hold down to his cooldowns. Be mindful of where the Hecarim actually is, because he is the only person who can.
Baron? Sending Galio down to deal with the Akali, but I don't think he actually.
I don't think he can. Teleport comes in. Will Galio be able to interrupt it? Hecarim ults into the pit. They're disengaging from the Baron. And
So
that attempt has been.
So Hecarim ult down for 60 seconds. So this is the window that Rivalos can actually fight.
It seems that they're moving to the Baron straight away. Will they start it? No, they decide to go catch out the Mordekaiser. And Tank Kaiser is running as fast as he can, but I suppose this is one of the advantages of being Tank Kaiser.
Yep, with the force of nature, whenever you take damage.
I think they should force the Baron here, because if they go for the Baron, they have to come to fight for the Baron. And I think ACEPhoenix is gonna contest that. And
More
without the
healing
Hecarim ult,
reduction. Kaisa has completed a mortal reminder.
Yep, I think Kaisa really needs that Infinity Edge now to actually do damage, because even though you have anti-healing, that Hecarim has a Steric Gauge and Spirit Visage. And Spirit Visage also increases the shielding that you get. So he's just going to have shields for days. You have
30%
Mordekaiser
heal
shield, you have Hecarim shield, Serex, you have Nautilus shields, the Galio magic damage shield given to everyone. There's a lot of shields in this game that they have to consider.
Shield gaming at its finest.
Seraphine finally picking up the QSS. So now
Mordekaiser looks like Braum is on Gulag duty now.
But it's actually not bad, because that means the Mordekaiser can tank everything and then just ult the Braum, and because he doesn't die to the support, he'll just buy a lot of time while he heals up off the Braum in the death.
And Braum being out of the fight makes it much easier for the Hecarim to dive onto the Kaisa, because the major issue right now with him just straight up diving for the Kaisa is going to ult and E away while he gets tagged with the stun.
Yep, especially since the Locket on Braum serves as a very good anti-deterrent to Hecarim and Galio, because it kind of serves like a Seraphine W itself, with the massive shielding given to everyone.
It seems like things are getting... You see, Hecarim ult goes...
Hecarim has a stopwatch by the way. So.
Mordekaiser is teleporting in, Kaisa in the backline dealing damage. Vayne goes on... Akali goes on to the Vayne, exhausted pop, Braum goes down. Vayne takes a lot of damage, is still alive. Kaisa is still dealing damage, but unable to do enough to actually take down these really tanky targets. And once again, Akali fails to burst the Vayne down. This is like attempt number...
From Holy Gunners, but he doesn't find the Galio. Interesting attempt.
This looks like Baron goes to
Yep.
Phoenix unless Crow and
Not really,
Holy
I don't
Gunners, the
think.
dynamic
I think
duo,
they
can
burn
make
it
some
down.
big
Akali's not
plays
here
here.
yet.
They will burn it down, but the question
they
is,
can
will they
actually
get
look for
away?
it,
Seraphine gets one-shotted by the Galio yet again.
Is DC gonna
Akali
take
goes
it?
in
Yes,
on
he
the
does.
way.
Go into the
Shroud
shroud.
is popped. That's a lot of damage. Kaisa goes in, takes out the Akali. That's one kill. That's two kills. That's
Three
another kill
kills,
for the
4
Akali.
kills.
Triple
Oh,
kill
yeah,
for the
4 kills.
Kaisa. Although he does pay with his life, and
No one gets the ban.
and is that no Baron?
No
Yep.
Baron.
That was a heavy overstay on the side of ACEPhoenix. They should not have stayed for that fight. Akali was coming back with
They
ulti.
they should have just sacrificed one of their players, and rest of them should have backed.
And finally,
I
Dead
mean-
Corporal manages to find his mark on the Vayne and take her down. And these team fights just play so differently when the Vayne is dead and they don't
Now
have that
Elder Dragon
consistent
is up.
damage coming from the backline.
I
And
mean, it was
Riverlost
a
have the
close
advantage.
fight though. Like they could have like got both Akali and Kaisa. They were like really low HP.
Yeah, that's true. It was very close, but it was also like a 3v5,
I mean, yeah, it's risky, and you should not never take
a
that risk.
3v4.
It's not worth for ACEPhoenix. They had the
Well, it
Baron.
definitely
they had
is
nothing
worth
to lose.
for
Yeah,
River Lost now because they are
definitely
going to get
worth.
the Elder Dragon. And that's 2 minutes of oof time.
I mean, Akali with Elder is just. I would not want to be in this game.
Because that Vayne has been surviving badly by the skin of her teeth at this point, and with that Elder Dragon goes oof at you, it's not going to be the case anymore. Seems like everybody is assembling for a mid lane siege. No Baron buff, but
one
Elder
interesting thing-
Dragon is up on Ever Lost, but will they be able to find a fight?
One interesting thing is that Riverlost don't really have an engage. Their best hope at an engage is a Seraphine ulti, which also is very ambitious. Apart from that, their entire comp revolves around them going in, ACEPhoenix going in, and then them just fighting back. But I don't
Time to
think
add
it
up, boys.
force. Oh,
And this is exactly the
definitely comes in.
situation where they need, where pressure is being put onto the tower. Vayne is focusing down the Akali, doesn't do
Yeah,
enough
hitting.
damage. Although Graves does get taken down, that's a lot of
Huge
damage.
taunt
This
from
team fight
Galio.
is looking a bit too ambitious. Hook connects onto Kaisa, Galio ult comes in. Another kill for the Vayne.
And Elder fight, Elder Dragon. weak.
Elder Dragon lost, question mark.
There is a thing, guys. Both Kaisa and Graves are low ranged, and Akali
Oh,
is
boy.
a melee
Oh, that's
champion.
smart. That's smart.
And
Bro. He's
that's
gonna stop the minions.
Crow's hero
Okay,
moment.
okay.
He yoinks the
Yeah.
creeps away.
The crow moment, boys. The crow moment.
He's gonna pay for it with his life.
He's
Oh,
gonna
a
pay for
failed
it, but
flash, but
I
that
don't
is
think
no taunt on Galio. It doesn't matter. It seems that he's going to kill her anyway.
there's no world in which that flash is worth. Because I'm pretty sure you're just dead over there.
but
Hmm.
at least they stopped the siege. I mean, here's the thing, guys. Kaisa and Graves are really low ranged, and Akali is a melee champion. So there is no point ramming 5v5 at mid.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen the Akali actually break off from the rest of the stack and try to get a pick. Because that Akali can 1v2 at this point.
I think the problem is Kaisa doesn't really have Infinity Edge, so she doesn't
Yeah,
have
the-
damage. She's built entirely utility post Kraken Slip and Rune Arms. She needs her IE spike to actually melt this front line of Mordecai, the Hecarim, Galio, and Nautilus.
I 100% agree with that. Like, she's invested so much into building utility. And that Mordekaiser is honestly not a threat. I think even if he doesn't bring QSS Mordekaiser, she just kills Mordekaiser 1v1.
Yeah, I think finishing Mortal Reminder and Merc Scimitar, even though it gives crit, is not worth because IE is just such a huge spike that we just need nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, now
Without
she's
eye,
really-
your crits actually like do barely any damage, especially if the person you're hitting has resistance against crit. That's a bit of a yikers.
On the contrary, we have Vayne with Shieldbow, Bloodthirster, and Borg. She's looking to heal for days.
That Vayne is doing a lot of damage. But all it takes is one successful engage by the Akali Written Death is kind of pushing his luck with his attempts to assassinate the Vayne over here. But if he
I
does
think
manage to get a successful engage, oh, interesting. Brush camping over there, but nothing comes out of it.
I think by this point the Akali's lead is pretty small since the Vayne is now almost full build. So her shield bow is giving her a massive, I think 600 health shield.
It's
The
getting
interesting
harder
thing
and
about
harder.
yeah, the interesting thing about Immortal Shield Bow is its shield value stays flat at 250 until level 11, and after that it scales up to 700 shield at level 18. So this means that in the mid game, it's actually a pretty weak shield, but the later the game goes, that shield just becomes so clutch to survive.
And the shield has been clutch in this game so many times that Vayne has just been escaping with 200 or 300 HP left and then life stealing it all back.
Yep. I think at this point the CS differences just don't make a difference. Weirdly enough.
Everyone is level 18, boys.
Everyone's full build, and Kaisa going in for the Blade of the Ruined King. No Infinity Edge. That's
Still no
interesting.
Infinity Edge.
I think it's not bad because the health stacking is a major thing. But I think he's gonna have to make a decision.
And Baron gets started up, and that's going down fast, but Riverlost seem like they will want to
contest. What are you gonna have to TP? She wants to be here.
Seems like it's too late. They just get the Baron and we run out.
Okay, guys, is that a Borg from Kaisa?
Yes, it is Borg.
It is indeed. That's a Borgsa.
I mean, no Infinity Edge, then.
It's a bit of a Ripperonis and Kipperonis, but
I mean, what's the plan here, guys? How is she gonna like kill Mordekaiser, Hecker, and
I think that's actually
Galio
one thing.
Nautilus?
I think arguably, even if you want anti-health, I think Lord Dominix is much better because it increases your damage by 15%, which will kind of be more than what Borg's.
yeah, because there are a lot of tanks here. Usually, you would want a mortal reminder against the Mordekaiser, but this is not a Mordekaiser. This is the Tank Kaiser.
Who now has a Thorn Mail on top.
He is committed to being frontline.
41 minutes in, and the gold lead is still relatively even with a 1,000 gold lead barely. Which
But it doesn't
make a
feel
difference.
like it. It feels like Phoenix is
Phoenix
ahead
just
because
dead so far.
so it feels like a lot of what they're focusing on is the Hecarim and the Mordekaiser, and meanwhile Vayne is just
I
like
think I'm not the grace. DC goes in.
ambitious engage from the Akali. Has to zone in immediately.
I
Is in her
think
shroud.
that's
Galio
good.
ult goes in. Kaisa is trying to kite away from the Vayne. Hecarim has to flash over the wall. Brom gets taken down. Elder Dragon procs everywhere.
It should be game one.
That's game.
Going over to ACEPhoenix, I think that's the problem when Riverlost doesn't have any solid engage and they're relying on the Seraphine ulti. But then you just give away Infernal Soul. What do you do when they start Baron? Because you don't want your Akali to go in, you don't want your Graves to go in. Who's gonna make the engage? And they
I think
pay
it's
for that
really-
lack of engage.
Yeah, they paid for it. And in a comp like this, it's really important that they get to the objective first because you want to kite away from the enemy team
Definitely.
when they come in to stop you, but they were the ones having to try and stop them. And it did work out a few times thanks to plays from Written Death and Holy Gunners, but it doesn't work every time. And when it doesn't work, it fails hard.
Yeah, I think 4 frontline was just too much for them to deal with, given the fact that they went in for utility and defensive options, and at the end, Infernal Soul, you just can't deal with the damage.
I think they expect way too much on the utility. There was not enough anti-tank rather on the side of Riverlost,
True.
and it feel like they were just launching wet noodles everywhere.
Okay, guys, I guess it was a screening problem or something like that. The matches ended actually, and
Yep.
I
Game
think
1
Ace
goes over to
Phoenix.
ACEPhoenix.
Yeah, ACEPhoenix won the game. BRB for game 2, guys.
पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes. It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, Mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on. yes, yes!
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on, yes, yes, yes!
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on, yes, yes!
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on, yes, yes!
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on, yes, yes!
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on, yes, yes!
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on, yes!
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill,
What
mom.
do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working.
Alright, guys, welcome back to game 2 of the finals of the IGL tournament. Game 1 was taken by ACEPhoenix. And after a side swap, we now have ACEPhoenix on the red side and River Loss on the blue side. And first ban coming out Echo, same as before. For the flex between Insec and Envy in jungle and mid. I think we're gonna see same bans. Do you think we're gonna see any new bans this game, Wolfpack?
I think these are gonna be the same bans. All the bans are respect bans, so I don't think any ban should change.
I think there is a world where they ban out DC Sakali because it did give RTO a lot of problem in top lane last game.
Okay,
the
they
Vayne
are
ban.
actually changing the ban to Vayne. So they don't want late game Vayne to hamper their winning strat.
Yep. They don't want Kira to be one of those hyper carry champions when they can put a team around him. Wukong ban coming out for DC.
Okay.
What do you think the last ban is going to be? I think they'll go for the Leona ban
Hmm.
simply because
Yeah,
Twin is
obviously.
pretty good at it.
They should go for a Leona ban.
I think there is a world where they also end up banning Galio because the Galio just gave so much problem because he was able to provide so much peel for the Vayne. But yep, Leona ban comes out for Twinsy in the bot lane.
I think a lot of it also came down to the Galio being more fed than he realistically should have been at
Mordecai
literally
ban.
every point of the game.
The Mordecai ban is kind of interesting because it was open last game also.
How the turned have tables and this time Nautilus is picked up by River Loss.
But Morgana's open. There was no Morgana ban. And I think they might go in for that. Oh, allow
But
blind
I
pick.
don't think actually Twinsy plays Morgana.
It's a very
Blind pick
interesting blind
Illaoi.
pick top laner.
For I think RTO is one of the best Illawis right now. And that blind pick just shows the confidence that he has. The Kaisa pick up for Kira to play.
Seems like everyone's just trading champions. Maybe what they're saying is that last time a top pool got really pinched, and this time they're like, yeah, just let's just take something we're comfortable with and roll with that.
Yep.
I think it should be a top and ADC pick here.
Ooh, an Ash pick.
Ash is actually a very good pick into Kaisa because she's able to abuse the range advantage so much and she's able to kite Kaisa.
But
Not sure how-
Unlike
also with the eye change, isn't Ash really good right now?
Yep. Kraken Slayer into either Runans or PD and IE. actually does a lot of damage. Not to mention you have a lot of CC in the bot lane.
That's a lot of CC.
I think
That
the
the
entire draft
Nautilus
is changing
Ash,
turns.
yeah, Nautilus Ash bringing in so much CC with the Hecarim ganks down bot. Oh, that's
I'm
scary.
now confused which team is which. The drafts are shifting so much.
How the
Wait,
turned have tables indeed.
how the turns have tables. Third pick, yep.
My God,
I think
honestly, it's
if
it's
ACEPhoenix
almost
end
as
up
if
winning
this
this
is
game,
planned.
it's gonna send a message to River Lost. You're a
That
ban
is
Kai'Sa.
true. If Riverlost does lose this match, that would not be a very feels good moment.
Yep,
Nah,
Galleon
bro, I
ban.
don't think the Kaisa and Graves was the problem last game. Those picks are perfectly fine because Graves is actually a very good counter to Hecarim.
This is actually interesting
The,
though that
the problem was Galio got ahead more than he should have been. Like there were some mistakes from Seraphine, which actually allowed Galio to like force the mid.
Seraphine just got caught, or Krug just kept getting caught out in that mid lane around the bot side river
true.
and in the mid lane itself. Like a couple of times, Graves was there to bail him out. In those instances, it was pretty close, but
I think it's interesting that Ritten's champion pool has been cut off really hard with 4 bans targeted at him. And given this was a first pick Alawi from the side of ACEPhoenix, I'm kind of interested to see what Rittendash would go for. Because Irelia tends to be a tough matchup into Alawi. But we see a Darius, however.
now I do see a bit of an issue here where if you look at the side of Phoenix, they did pick up the Kaisa, but there isn't a lot of hard CC in that comp here.
Yeah, Kaisa and Karma, as of now, they have 0 hard CC. And oh, Anivia and Garen. I think Anivia, even line picked, is super strong right now. And I think they have a really strong team fight composition with the Garen in the top lane. He's able to hold his own against the Ilawi. But I think it's interesting. That's probably why they ended up banning Mordecai as a third. Because they
So
saw that Riverlost did not spend any of their bans on Lawi. And Mordecai is a very good counter to Ilawi because the ultimate removes all the tentacles. So good
hmm,
recognition on ACEPhoenix that Ilawi ban is not coming through and therefore picking Ilawi banning of the Mordekaiser. Well played.
Yeah,
with the Syndra
I
ban, they
guess.
do get some CC for the Kaisa to ping pong around, but the question is the mid lane matchup this time is a lot more volatile. And last time we saw Crow getting caught out quite a lot. Oh, it
True.
seems that Crow is actually playing Garen.
I think it might be written that going Anivia mid and Crow going Garen
Yeah,
top like you
they
talked
have
about last
swapped
game.
the lanes.
Yeah. I think the tables have turned because again, red team does not have any reliable form of engage. Their best bet is looking for a Syndra stun and then making a pick on that. But it's all going to come down to how well Ilawi can side lane. Because I don't really see hard engage. Whereas on the side of River Lost, they have Hecarim ulti, Nautilus ulti, Ash ulti. And they have the Anivia to wall off any potential uh, threats while keeping people inside the
Yeah,
ulti.
I mean, they just inverted the team comps. Like the last time, the Rivalos team was like on this side, and they were like the ones who should have been at the objectives sooner than the opponent team. So basically, it's just the other way around right now.
The question is, can they execute the team comp Rivolos failed to execute well? Will they be able to position themselves around these objectives properly to get the fights they want, or are they gonna just get run down like we saw in the last game, as they did to Rivolos?
Yep. I think in terms of matchups, it'll be heavily dependent on bot side because Kaisa
Anyway,
Karma does have double range advantage, but Ash is really good into Kaisa. So the point is that when Nautilus is level 6, you can't cleanse Nautilus ulti. So that can be, it depends on how well Riverlost play the bot lane matchup. Because if you get early dragons and you get snowballing, then this game, Souls can just carry a team to the end.
Yeah, and the thing here is that while the team comps may look sort of similar to what was going on in the previous game, this time there really isn't a lot of disengage for Phoenix, whereas Rivelos did have some form of disengage in their team. Like Syndra has a stun, but I don't think that's enough to stop someone running at you. Like you need to get a miracle 5-man or 3-man stun
Yeah.
to actually pull that off.
And again, there are four squishies in the form of Kaisa, Karma, Grave, Syndra.
And
And
here's the
if any
fun.
one of them get caught by the CC,
Look at the main team fight engage at the side of Riverloss. It's actually the Ash arrow. Syndra actually can't engage that.
yeah,
The
Syndra can't
arrow
get.
is going to land. It's going to be a 3.5 second stun, and even if Syndra lands a stun, that's still 2.5 seconds to go.
I'm kind of excited to see whether Holy Gunners will go for the Mandate Ash or the Kraken Slayer Ash. I think both of those have different strengths, and the Mandate Ash is definitely really good over here because it does end up having your ultimate like a 30-second cooldown, and it's strong poke, so that it's pretty good in the laning phase. What do you think he's gonna go for?
I am actually not aware of those two builds.
Well, I hope he does go Mandate.
I think
Then you
he's
get to
gonna go
see.
man because like look at the opponent team. They have a Kaisa, Karma, and a Graves, right? I think Syndra will be behind the Ilaoi, but if he can catch Karma with the ult, it's gonna instantly burn like 30 to 40% health of Karma. And if Karma is chunked down, basically it's a 5v4 around the objective pits, like even if it's a Baron or a Drake pit.
Yep. I think for Ace Phoenix to win this, it all depends on how well RTO can 1v2 in the top lane because Ilaoi is traditionally one of those champions who, when the enemy goes in on,
What
they.
doesn't make sense to me is the Anivia pick here.
I think he's just a strong team fighting champion too. I think it's a blind pick based on how strong the champion is, not really Anivia is a blind pickable champion in history. But
Yeah,
it's just
but
that
I
Anivia in the
think
mid
the
phase.
I think the problem here is like as Anivia, you really like it when people run into you, whereas I think what the
True,
team wants to do is the exact opposite.
true. However, I think her wall, it depends on how well DC is able to use the utility of the wall to kind of block people from following him or to keep people where he wants them to be. Because at the end, like running into Ace Phoenix is a pretty bad idea when they have Ilaoi. So I don't think that's exactly what they should be doing. It's better for them to look for picks and then convert that to objectives. And this time, there is flash on the graves, but there is no ignite. As in, there is ignite on the Hecarim. What do you think about that? No ghost on the Hecarim. What's that?
I don't think it's a standard procedure because even though Ignite gives you that anti-healing and like other perks of burn damage, but Ghost on Hecarim is extremely essential for team fights, like that 10-second timer which he gets if he gets a takedown is extremely crucial.
Well, maybe he just wants to see the world burn.
Given the lethal tempo, I think it's going to be Kraken Slayer Ash. Pretty standard. But what do you think about the choice of Graves to go Fleet Footwork and not
No, it's
Phase
completely
Rush?
okay. Like Graves actually has both the runes. Like you can go any one of them depending on your playstyle.
Hmm.
But
I like
against Hecarim, I would prefer Phase Rush.
And it's not a game in South Asia League. There isn't a pause.
Oh my god, that was actually way too short.
That was it. That was
That
quick.
that might have been an obligatory pause.
Yep.
Pausing just for the memes.
I like the Syndra went in for the phase rush because given that Hecarim does not have Ghost, I think it's going to be really easy for her to just. If she survives the initial burst, she'll kite it. But Invade coming in from Ace Phoenix, from Riverloss, sorry, from the top side. But I think there was a misplay that Arab showed.
Or not. Probably didn't get for flash from the Eloy. Instant flash.
Respect flash.
So they do get a flash down in the top lane.
Interestingly
Quite
enough,
similar to what happened last time.
But I don't think it's gonna be a very bad thing for Ilaoi because he's actually gonna be able to farm under his turret.
However, despite 5 people being spotted topside, the bot lane of Phoenix is not moving in for any vision or something. They could have warded the Raptors or something against the Hecarim.
That's true. It's free information, and now they cannot be 100% sure where the jungler starts.
Yeah. Not only that, that Raptor ward
I
gives you
think they
information.
will.
I think the best thing about the Raptor ward, okay, Raptor ward coming in from Envy. The good thing about that ward is it lets you know whether or not Hecarim is going for a full clear, because Hecarim is one of those champions who just farms 3 camps bot and then does a level 3 gank at bot. So you see the jungler start bot side, but then you expect him to go top, but then he just ends up ganking you with level 3 and 2 minutes 30, because Hecarim's early clear is actually fast if he keeps the Q stacks up.
We do see mid lane getting pushed in at level 1.
Oh,
DC applying a fair bit of pressure there.
Electrocute being triggered solely by autos. That's interesting. Yeah, and we see Hecarim going for the Krugs.
Oh,
Hook
hook
onto
connects
Kaisa.
onto Kaisa. That's the poke that lands a counter poke by Karma. And
That's
that trade actually did not go in favor of blue
mostly
side.
because of the range advantage. Pause comes out. So I think, so now we see the value of the Raptor ward. We see Hecarim at Raptors with 8 CS. So bot lane will get to know whether he will be coming to gank them or he'll be going to offside to continue the full clear. And it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Cat IL uses his sweepers to find that ward. I don't think so. I think you use it at the buff because it's on cooldown already. But yeah,
See how it proceeds. So far, nothing too insane happening anywhere.
if this game goes too late, who do you think the advantage falls to?
I think Grivalos will have the advantage because of their comp. Because Hecarim can ult in, Nautilus can ult in, and that's like free alt spacing for Anivia.
Yep. And we see the game being resumed now.
And more poke getting thrown the way of River Lost spot end. Stun fails to connect.
Oh,
Whereas Syndra does land her combo, that's a lot of damage coming out. But he chooses to continue this. Lands another Q. Anivia being dropped fairly low at level 2, but she does still have her passive up.
I think one more combo in from the Syndra, and that might be the egg triggered. Aniva's probably feeling confident because she still has a passive.
But the thing here is, look at Syndra's mana bar. Already out.
She only has enough for one more combo. But I think Anivia is also roughly the same.
She took biscuits, so she has mana regen.
Ooh.
I think another biscuit will be up pretty soon.
Meanwhile, top lane is getting pushed in. Oh, that's a lot of damage landing onto Crow on this Garen. Seems like Loy is going to
Crow
go
probably
all
wanted to
in.
shove the wave and recall, but due to the damage he's unable to, which is now RTO having a freeze, potential freeze onto Crow, which must be good for him
Meanwhile,
after
in
last
mid,
game.
we have the long range stun ping pong going on. Oh boy,
That was a good wall. The Cinder Flash in exchange for an Anivia passive.
the 300 IQ bait.
And we now see bot lane tired of 5-man bots deciding
Right.
to turn the tables with the 4-minute mid lane gang.
If this hook and
Beautiful
hook
hook.
connect, that's a flashless Syndra. First blood for the Anivia here. You do not want to be behind in this matchup against the Syndra because you guys, with each passing level, the chance to get a kill on that Anivia goes down, down, down.
I mean, the next minion was just coming in, and Muffin had exactly that window to make the flash hook. Otherwise, the melees would have blocked it, and he made that hook in the time. That was
It
beautiful.
was beautiful, but it seems that
The
they're not
red flash.
done just. There are two flashes down in the bottom lane. That I'd say that's worth. But we see Phoenix poising to take control of the bot side. River grabs some vision around it. Dragon will be up soon. At the same time, there is a wave being frozen in the bot lane, which forces.
In fact, going in on
Never
Hecarim,
mind that. A fight at Krug. Hecarim gets stunned. That's a lot of damage coming out. Graves is right on his heels. They're dropping low. That's a kill for Envy. Nautilus lands a hook, but nothing comes out of it. Are they going to try to dive this? Anivia is rotating out to the bottom side.
I think they respect the fact that Nivea is coming and they decide to back off. They might use the dragon. They might get the dragon out of this because botman just shoved a huge wave in. But I think they're going to use this time to get the recall. And that was a good roam by the Syndra. And we see Hecarim having no ghost, really biting him back.
Tries his best to get away there, but just cannot get away from the Syndra and the Graves.
And mid lane is relatively even here, despite the plays at early. I think Syndra is still able to go alone now that she has a blue
Look at
buff.
this. The Willows bot lane has to recall a bit early. That means that wave is not really going to fully crash. And should
Ooh,
they choose to do so, Kira 2K and Twinsy can freeze this, but never mind that. Stun connects onto Syndra in the mid lane, a bunch of damage. Hecarim doesn't engage, but quite a bit of HP lost there. You know, top laners are brawling, but it seems like
are you
nobody
looking to
really takes
vanguard
any
or
damage
protected?
here.
That's a level 6 Alawi they're choosing to gank. They have to think, oh, she misses the E, that's
The
huge.
pull misses. That's
Alawi
got
dies.
to hurt. Alt comes in, but Alt is too late. Instantly dies. That's a kill for Crow.
I think that was smart by Crow. He chose to flash silence the Alawi, so she couldn't ult. And since she didn't hit the E, he didn't have the tentacle spamming everywhere. So there's gonna be a kill onto the side of the river.
Really, really well played by River Lost up in the top lane. The Eloy just tries to do something about it, but
I'm pretty sure
can't.
RTU knew about the Hecarim being topside, but he thought he could have 1v2'd. But Crow, with the silence, showing us how Garen is a balanced champion. It's a good pickup from their side.
And Riverlaw's bot lane is crashing another wave into the bot lane turret. Meanwhile, stuns exchanged in the mid lane yet again.
Yep. We talked about how the matchup was going to be pretty volatile, and it is. With spells being
So far, it
exchanged back
seems
and
to
forth.
be the stun exchange program going on. And
Being on the
Hecarim
left,
ganks mid lane. Alt misses, but it doesn't matter. There are 4 people
Oh.
here, but written death. Why would you go back in there?
and we played that so well. He walked in, dodging the Hecarim ulti, and landed the combo onto DC. And even though Anivia flashed out, she decided to go back in for some damage. But got hit by the
It was
last
very,
hit.
very greedy, but
CC
there's an
onto
engage
Nautilus.
onto the Nautilus, attempts to run out with the hook, gets rooted up. Graves is moving in, shotguns his face off. Hecarim trying to get away. It seems that he will do so. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Eloy pops her ult. Garen drops fairly low, but not quite dead. That's a huge wave crashing into the tower, and it seems like Crow is going to miss a bunch of XP if he chooses to back. But Eloy graciously decides to tank a few tower shots for him.
Hold on to Garen
Full
again.
lands? And that's a bunch of healing that Eloy gets out of that. This Garen is still fairly low.
Garen has no TP, so he's either going to lose a lot of CS, or he's going to lose. Oh, this is going to be a huge lead for RTO. So, Wolfpack, given that the enemy team only has like 4 squishies and no tanks, is Thunderer still the item choice? Oh wait, ulti onto Karma.
And here we see the Ashe ulti doing her magic. Holy Gunners baits Twinsy and Kira 2K to get aggressive, thinking that he's alone, flashes out an ult. But Graves is here and he wants a return kill. And the shotgun is firing. Holy Gunners goes in for the Kaisa, but does he have enough damage? He does, but it seems that he's going to pay with his life, and that's another kill for the Graves, I assume.
I think Holy Gunners kind of miscommunicated there. He wanted the Nautilus to back off because he was going in on the Kaisa. But then Muffin is like, I never leave my ADC alone. And he decides to help him by hooking the Graves. But it is going to be a net 2 for 2, I believe, since they did get the Karma and Kaisa anyway.
Anivia
But the problem
does
is
have
like
a
Graves
blue
got
buff,
2
yeah.
kills there, right?
Yeah,
And
this is an Eclipse
Graves
Graves.
with and Graves with early kills, lethality Graves is just
Lethality kills
too
early kills.
hard to handle. And
So-
I don't think Sunderers is the way to go in this match.
Mhm.
Triforce. I mean, I always prefer Triforce over Sunderers unless there are like 2 mid shields in the opponent team. Cause I mean, Sunderers gives you extra healing and blah blah blah. But the thing is,
Never
if you
mind that.
buy-
And engage,
okay.
it's beautiful engage in the mid lane.
Yes.
And
that
flash
was
blown by
perfectly
Syndra.
executed
Still
by
gets killed. Graves
Hecarim.
eats a stun. That's a lot of damage. Has to back off, blows the ultimate, does a bit of chip damage, but it's not really enough to kill either of those members in the mid lane. And here's
Yeah,
another
that was
wave being
beautifully
pushed
done by
in.
Hecarim.
Yeah, I think if the stun landed from Syndra onto Hecarim, he would have died. But it missed by a small margin.
And a trade
Global
taking
now.
place in the top lane. That's a lot of damage onto the Eloy actually.
Yeah,
Doesn't
Alawi-
matter actually, like if he gets one more soul and then he can like heal back up from that soul anyway.
Yep.
Now
is
we do
just
see a bit of a lead being built in the mid lane by the Anivia, which could be an issue later on. Syndra only 60 minutes, 60 CS, 10 minutes into the game.
And we see a relatively even goal with just 500 lead for River Lost, but I think I would say that it feels like a lot more than 500. They're pressuring in all lanes, and every lane feels tough.
The issue with that is like while the gold is even, a lot of it is actually funneled onto the graves. So
Yeah,
now it's on his shoulders to actually do something with the lead, where he is kind of been just silently farming away for a while now.
but the
And
problem for Graves is like they have a Garen. So if Garen silences him so that he can dash and Hikarim ults into that, he's dead. He's instantly dead.
true.
And a
Ulti from the
fight
Kai'Sa.
gets started up in the bot lane. We see the power of the Ash ult so much. See, it's so easy for the Nautilus to follow up these arrows. That's a lot of damage. Manages to take down the Kaisa with a volley. Karma goes back in. I don't know why.
I think this is
Does
interesting.
manage to find some damage. Is dropping fairly low. Graves is here. Are they going to choose to fight this 2v3?
They can.
Seems not.
They
Graves
actually
is
can.
sitting under
For
the
real.
turret. But
Graves with
that's
Eclipse
the
and
Herald being popped, and
okay.
teleport
TP
is
coming in from
coming down.
Syndra.
Hekarim manages to run out. That Graves is doing a
That's
fair
a
bit of
beautiful double
damage.
stun.
Oh, double stun by the Syndra. That's 2 easy kills. Double kill.
Beautiful
Another
stun
for the
by
Graves.
Syndra.
And look at this. Anivia is trapped in between 3 people. That's not the champion you want to 1v3 with. Manages to take down the Karma with a
Don't
egg
worry,
is
guys. Egg
going
Navy
to
are
get
here.
popped. Oh boy.
Gonna be a 4 for 1, I believe. That is huge. For
Beautiful stun by Syndra.
beautiful stun by Envy. I think that was just them not respecting that Graves could be there. I think Ash threw out a hawk shot, but Insect kind of expected it and positioned accordingly. So they went in for the dive thinking there was no Graves, but then surprise. Double
The
TP
thing
Very
pop.
is
greedy
that
on their part.
they
Graves
they would
gets
have
It
won
folded
was
out
that
by
easy.
3v2
Ping.
anyway. Cause Eclipse and Arax Pin Graves is so hard to deal with. It's just a solo queue game for him.
I think they
Seems
could have
the
just popped the
dragon is
Herald
coming
back
up.
and got tempo.
Dragon gets started up by Phoenix. Everlost are moving in. Teleport comes in from the Garen. Dragon drops to half HP. Hecarim ult connects onto the backline. Oh my god, that's a beautiful Ash arrow, and the overfed Graves gets popped. The Syndra gets caught in a 1v1 with the Hecarim, gets destroyed.
Is that a clean
Meanwhile, the
game?
Karma eats a Nivea stun to the face.
I mean, that was exactly what we talked about, right? You just throw your ultimate, stun everyone, and then they're all squishy, so they can't do anything. We just saw this Fed
Red Graves get popped instantly.
instantly.
Phoenix needs to understand that their forte is like, not 5v5 fights, especially when you don't have the Eloy to deter everyone from running you down. And honestly, at this point, this early in the game, the Eloy is not much of a deterrent because she isn't tanking 5 people with a stride breaker.
The thing was, RTO's TP was far behind, so it was the carries who were frontlining, and it was them who got hit by all the CC. So, especially after that, when they all split up,
Seems that a
Hecarim
fight
now-
is breaking out in the mid lane. Graves flashes, gets the phase rush, and Syndra ult secures the kill and shut
that's a
down
good
gold
shutdown
as
of the
well.
Syndra. I
So
think this
most of the
game-
lead that the Anivia had is kind of gone right now. Syndra picking up those 2 kills in the bottom lane and now a shutdown in the mid lane.
So Wolfpack Graves build is pretty interesting. He's going for a seal. Isn't Collector generally the
Collector.
go-to
I mean,
after-
the collector is a go-to item right now, but I don't know what he is going to build from that. Interesting build.
Not to mention the stride breaker on the Garen.
I think it's a good item for Garen because Graves has a dash, so with a stride breaker he can actually catch up to Graves.
I think this is a very fast Garen build. Oops, they managed to spot out the Graves there with the volley.
I don't think he's gonna get that recall complete. Yep.
Aha, and they managed to cancel out the
What's
recall
interesting
as
is
well.
Hecarim
It
can use that
seems
tempo to
that-
get the Herald. Recall
That
stopped
that is
again.
one annoying Ash. Loki is just not
Hacker is
letting
looking mid.
him up.
And
Doesn't
he's
want to let this guy recall at all. And meanwhile, a gank in the mid lane. Arrow doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter. That's a kill for the Anivia in the mid lane, and the tables have turned yet again. Meanwhile, another fight breaks out in the top lane. Eloy drops her ult. Garen kites out of it, uses his flash. Gets
I think Lava
disconnected
gets
from
it.
the store. He's dropping really low there, and that's a kill for the Eloy.
That was actually huge for Ilawi because she was 0-2, but she now got a fat shutdown on her. Not to mention she gets a lot of plays from this because Garen doesn't have TP. Or
The
at least
funny
I think
part
he
is
might
that
get Lava.
fight was started by the Garen.
Yeah.
At the first place,
And
Garen should
action in
not
the
have
bot
started
lane.
that
Graves
fight.
runs in. Nautilus misses his ult. Oh no.
Alas, it do be like that
You
sometimes.
do not want to miss those hooks, my friend.
But I think they can exchange it by going for the Herald over here.
And that seems like that's exactly what they're going to do. Eloy does hover around the top side, but she doesn't have her ult yet, so this 1v2 attempt might not work out.
Yep.
Go Hawkshot.
And yeah, goal lead of 2000 in favor of River Loss.
Just like the previous game, but the question is, are they going to throw? Or aren't they?
I think given Cinder going in for the Ash.
Ash, I think, has decided to trade a turret for her life over here. Not exactly sure if that was worth or not.
I mean, the river is entirely dark for the side of River Lost, so they never really saw the Cinder rotate, but kind of a miss.
I mean, it's in their name, River is lost.
On the other hand, most of the kills from ACEPhoenix are clumped up to like Graves and Syndra, which are their two most valuable win conditions. Kai'Sa's gonna farm up and deal damage anyway. So I think from that point of view, like ACEPhoenix has a lead over them.
But it's not like the Ash and the Anivia are behind, right? They're also really fed. So carries on both sides do have the gold they need. Oh. A bit of a clown
but
fiesta
I
going down
think-
in the top lane.
But
Artio
I
gets
think
stuck under the
that
tower because of
Ilawi
the
is
wall.
gonna be a better impactful champion than Garen.
I think the only reason taking the Garen was to keep the Ilawi down, which Crow did well. He didn't die to her solo until he thought he could have actually killed her due to the lead. But then,
Another
goes out
pull
into Anivia.
connects and Dead Corporal has to walk away, gets chunked really low here.
Yeah, I think that might mean that Ilawi ends up taking the tower in return.
You have a bunch of people fooling around the dragon pit trying to set
Yeah,
up vision.
Dragon is coming up in
And he's
60
over
seconds.
it.
Anivia runs out of the brush. Syndra, what are you doing? You saw those people in the river there.
Without a mid tier 1, he's too overextended to be over there clearing the wave. As an immobile mage, he has to let the wave come to him. And Rivel was looking to 5-man it down mid. They might actually push here for the inhibitor.
Herald is Bob. Garen is tanking the turret for now.
Herald
And
gets T2.
with that, Rivelos gets control of the bot side, and I suppose that means dragon.
That was a
And
misplay
blue
from
buff.
ACEPhoenix. That is a complete misplay. You cannot walk up like that, knowing that they are in the bot side jungle and Aniva is missing from top.
I think this game is interesting because at least the soul distribution is non-uniform. That they're taking dragons throughout. Last time we saw ACEPhoenix get a 3-dragon lead, and then they were able to get 1 dragon due to misplay, and that's soul, which kind of won them the game.
You know,
Agreed.
the Graves hasn't really done a lot ever since he got fed. Has
Yeah.
died once and hasn't shown his face anywhere ever since.
That's a questionable item on Graves though.
I actually feel like the impact of Hecarim was a lot more. He made picks mid, he made picks
True,
bot.
true.
In fact, did go in for the Nautilus play at bot lane. But apart
But the
from that,
Hecarim ults on the Syndra, every time it was so crucial. Or else we would have seen the Syndra 6-1, 6-2 or something like that.
Yeah. The Hecarim has definitely been key in keeping the Syndra shut down after the early
Pro-
snowball.
The problem is that the Graves is showing up to the scene after the fact, and he's mostly just doing a clear up job where
Hmm.
people have already died, and he's like, "Let me get a piece of the pie as well." So while he
I
has been
mean-
spending a lot of time in the bot lane, that hasn't really translated into returns for his own bot lane. It has all been funneled into him, and he hasn't really made
Interesting
use of it.
Titan choice. Hecarim
I
going in
mean,
for the
even
Black
if
Cleaver.
I think about those stuffs, but the PD on Graves, I don't know about that. Like, I haven't seen anyone build that because it doesn't work out like that. It gives you extra attack speed if you have it like,
5
what
autos.
stacked up. Yeah,
Yeah.
getting 5 autos stacked up. But who is gonna let you stack up 5 autos in a team fight?
What do you think
Especially
about?
when you're going for
Nobody.
the squishy build, right? It's not
Hmm.
like this Graves is going to
Okay,
survive.
got the Graves.
Oh, and Graves gets caught out, blows his flash, questionable. Hecarim follows with his ult. 3 members surround the Hecarim and the Nautilus.
That's
Good
That's
the
Ashal deep.
2 ults connecting onto the Kai'Sa. Beautifully played, gets popped. Another man goes down, another flash popped. RTO dies as well.
And that's the reason you pick the Garen. Ilawi is in between 4 people but can't ult because of the silence. Oh,
Hecarim is going really
okay.
ham here. Will he survive? No, he doesn't. That was a bit unnecessary.
That means they don't get Nashor from that. That might have been a bit too deep of a chase, but
I
they
think he
were
wanted
settled
the
for
red
fun.
bow.
Yeah.
I have to give credit where it's due, and Loki has been really on point with
True.
those arrows,
Yeah.
finding the Graves, finding the Kai'Sa time and time again.
This Kaita is not able to have an impact in team fights because the Ash just arrows her and slows her, and then the Hecarim helps to run her down.
And the best part is that's a cleanse Kai'Sa.
Yeah. But yeah,
There's
I
no.
think Loki is definitely showing us that interesting build from his side also. Shield Bone to
Okay,
bait the Ruined King.
I see a Kindle Gem in Graves' inventory, so he's going Black Cleaver.
Wait,
It does, I suppose this is a bit of everything Graves build.
No,
talking about interesting
bro,
build.
it doesn't work out like that.
What
You
do you
know,
think about
it's like when Kai'Sa decides to get some AP, AD, attack speed.
But that's gonna give hybrid damage to Kai'Sa, but it isn't
Yeah.
gonna help Graves in any way. If you want to go Black Cleaver, you go Shield Bow.
I think
Hey, a
the
man
Eclipse
can
Collector
dream.
Lord Dominix is just
Yeah, Eclipse
really
Collector, LDR, it's just
Seems that
too
they're going to
good.
try for a pick on the Nautilus here, but he just walks out.
I think both the teams are gonna fight for the Baron. Or they're gonna dance around Baron, cause like Drake is coming in 80 seconds. So they can also prioritize the Drake and just dance
Mhm.
around Baron and waste time.
What do you think
This
about
is
the Black Cleaver and Hecarim?
Black Cleaver on Hecarim, you
Given
don't
that
buy
Garen
that.
already has it,
You don't buy that. That's just a waste of an item.
I think
Just go Ravenous Hydra. It's so good.
I
Not
think two
cost
players on the same
efficient,
team is a
bro.
bit inefficient.
Yeah.
Garen already has one, but rating that Sanivia is very scary right now with Luden's Seraph Embrace. He does a lot of damage.
this game kind of feels like a repeat telecast of the previous game where one team has a lot of
Yeah,
kites. They kind
actually.
of do okay-ish, although not so much this time, and then the team with the CC just runs them down later. And a fight starts in the bottom, and Garen goes on the Eloy. This time he's doing a fair bit of damage, but is he going to die again? Is disengaging. Eloy heals up, Garen is low, but Eloy doesn't have an ultimate for this dragon fight now.
Actually, pretty well played by Garen because now he can TP back, reset,
And
Hecarim
Hecarim
goes
goes
in.
for the solo kill on the Syndra. Zhonya's is popped, but I don't think he survives this. Is taken down promptly. Kai'Sa gets hit by so much damage.
Yeah,
That
that's why
Anivia
you ban Anivia.
hits like a truck.
That was a 700 damage
Sanders.
E onto Kai'Sa.
Sanders, bro, Sanders.
And jungle fights with an Anivia is just so hard because that Anivia ulti zoned out everyone. The Kai'Sa could not do any damage because of Anivia ulti.
And it plays back into what I said before with the comp that Phoenix is running. You can't run into the objective. You need to be there preemptively. You need to have vision. You need to see your enemies coming, and that's what's going to allow you to kite this. And they do not have a lot of margin of error here because look at the disengage they have. It's only the Syndra stun, and if the Hecarim goes for the Syndra, if the Ash ults the Syndra, it doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah,
Because that's the only thing that gives them some semblance of disengage.
I think that fight kind of just broke this game wide open with a 10,000 gold lead. I think River's also gonna have to throw really hard for them to actually lose this game because they're now going into their 1-3-1 with Baron buff on all 3 lanes, and that's really hard for them to stop, for ACEPhoenix to stop because they don't have that much wave clear.
Bro,
because
that's a
they're
9-3, 9-3 Anivia with a stacked up Seraph, Azonia, Eludens, and
yeah.
also healing reduction.
Her E did 700 damage on Kai'Sa. That's more
I
than
mean,
half of
she
the.
can just one stun that W of hers, and then one auto. Kai'Sa's dead.
Kira is not having a good game. He was really crucial to Phoenix's victory in the last game, and this time he finds himself 1 and 4. He does have
Yep.
174 CS, but that's not a big deal at this point.
I
And
mean, she can't do anything,
honestly,
because she's getting focused so hard. Hekari
they
Mult, Anivia stun, Anivia wall. She can't do anything.
Okay,
Plus
it's
the
so
Ash
hard to
ultimate.
execute Kai'Sa here, right? Because
True.
his team doesn't have any sort of setup for him. So all he can do is try to get Ash Altis fired, does not connect with everyone, but it doesn't matter. It
and we
does work.
see here
It does
Anivi.
pressure them
Oh,
off the.
oh
Oh my
my.
god! Anivia getting the solo kill on the Eloi, and Syndra barely escapes, or does she?
Nope.
Hekarim comes in from behind and just taps
Yeah.
the 10 HP Syndra.
It's the side lane that's falling apart.
Meanwhile, the mid turret is done. Another flash wall by the
Just
Dead
look at the
Corporal. Dead
damage.
Corporal is on fire today.
G. Yep. I
We
think
missed another G.
AcePhoenix realized that the Nvidia ban was probably necessary. As
I mean, though they actually banned Anivia for Crow. Crow sometimes play Anivia mid, but I don't think they expected uh, DC to come mid.
and
It
I
seems that the stream has frozen
but
up, so
that
I
is
assume this
game
means
Yeah, I think it's the same issue of the last game.
is the same issue as the previous game. So this should be game for
River
River
Lost.
Lost, and that brings us to 1 and 1. It seems like the meta this time around is CC wins games.
True. And that means we're going to game 3.
I think what's really crucial is that early roam by the bot lane to make that Anivia really have an advantage in the lane, and the rotations by the Hecker and the Nautilus are beautiful in
Yeah.
this game, and the
Everyone worked
Ash
around Nvidia.
ultimates were on point.
Yeah, everyone played around the Nivea. They kept on ganking Syndra, and the Nivea got fed enough to carry fights pretty easily. GG.
दृश क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill,
What
mom.
do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes!
It pays to play.
दृश क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working, working. Yes, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes!
It pays to play.
1-1, and it is gonna be blue side for ACEPhoenix with the hacker and pickup. Do the
So I guess
turntables turn again?
I guess tables are turning again.
Yep. An Avia ban coming out after last game performance. I'm not surprised. The Nautilus pickup. And ooh,
These
no.
teams do love the same set of champions.
Yeah. And Echo made it past the ban phase. So Riverlost ended up taking it. Potentially away from NB. And I think that Echo will be going jungle, but it can be flexed mid. Ooh, Alistar is his new pick. Interesting in a Nautilus, given that Morgana was ACEPhoenix going for the comfort champions with the Galio pickup.
Galio makes a return to the Rift. It looks like Phoenix has learned their lesson from game 2, and this time, in fact, both teams are like, we want more CC.
Yeah, I
I mean,
think
Ace Phoenix are actually drafting a heavy team fight comp.
they already
Haken
have
and
3
Alistair
heavy
Galio.
tanks. I think this game, the choice of ADC for the side of Riverlost will be interesting. The Kane is a good pickup here. Given that there's 3 frontline already, 3 bruisers, Red Kane, I think he's going to be a pretty strong champion over here.
And the question is, what kind of ADC do they pick up? Because
Yeah.
some
Vayne is
ADCs do
banned,
not really have the damage to deal with the King.
but they need someone. Both teams need ADCs who can deal with this heavy frontline that they're presenting. And Jin ban comes out. Interesting.
Kaisa is still on the table.
Yeah, I think Kaisa might be a point of contention. Another thing is the Ezreal with Divine Thunderer is also pretty good into tanks with a percent max health damage on the spell blade.
Are they gonna ban the Vayne?
The Vayne's already banned.
Vayne is already banned, so
Oh.
so
Sorry.
I think this should be a Kaisa ban, because if you don't ban the Kaisa, you give it away to
Mordecai, the ban comes
Everlast
out.
at this point.
Telling Riverlost either ban Ilaoi or I'm gonna pick it. I'm gonna see what their last ban's gonna be. And it is Akali.
So Nakali ban. So Kaisa is still open for Everlast, should they choose to go that route.
This should be the ADC pickup here for Holy Gunners. I think they might go with the Ash again. It was a comfort pick and they made it work with the beautiful Ash arrows, but oh.
It seems like he's going for the Kaisa. Plays really well with the Nautilus, but we can't really say which lane wins this out before we see the ADC from the side of Phoenix.
And counter pick will be going over to the top lane and potentially Written Death or Crow. And RTO going in for the Darius blind pick.
Ooh, spicy.
I think Darius blind is interesting because if Darius pops up in a team fight, he completely takes over the entire fight. But at the same time, he has some pretty bad matchups, including Jax, which is open. And Written Death does play Jax. I think if it is Crow on Echo mid, Kiratoki going for a comfort champion and Aphelios.
Aphelios, haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah,
Emerson
but
Wright decided to take a bat and beat the shit out of him.
Aphelios is one of those champions who is very good when there's 4 frontline around him because
That
he ends
is
up
true.
sustaining. And I think the Malphite.
But let me tell you what Aphelios is not good at. Malphite to the face.
I think, that's a Pantheon.
The Pantheon.
Well, Pantheon is actually also a really strong pick right now, given that his Q cooldowns got reduced. And it's kind of interesting because I think that Pantheon wins Darius really hard because you can just W Darius's Q and you're a much stronger lane player than he is. So what do you think about both the team comps here?
I think Everlast has a really solid team composition here. This is literally a run it down team comp. And so far we've seen that those team comps have been more successful.
Yeah, both sides have heavy crowd control, but I think this kind of comes down to whether they can reach Aphelios or not. Because if Aphelios goes down, then the fight is almost over. But
The pressure is on the Alistar here because he's the only thing between that Aphelios and those really five people who are going to run straight at him.
not to mention that a Red Cane into 4 tanky members is actually really powerful.
And while Aphelios is really strong, he has come a long way from his glory days where he would one-shot entire teams.
Yep. And now, as we wait for the spectator delay, I think we go into ads, and we'll be right
We
back.
are B, guys.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill,
What
mom.
do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes.
It pays to play.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Work.
Alright, guys, welcome back to Game 3 of the IGL tournament finals. We have ACEPhoenix versus Riverlost. Riverlost going on the red side with ACEPhoenix on the blue side. And see a lot of masteries across the board.
Strong
think-
skin show coming up in from both teams. 4 skins. There is an odd one out, the Galio and the Echo. Skin
Uh,
where? Hello?
I think this game, I'm excited to see the top lane matchup. It is Pantheon into Darius, 2 lane bullies. Pantheon has Ignite, while Darius has Ghost. So
The
they're not doing
manly men beating up on each other.
That's what League of Legends is about.
I think Pantheon wins out that trade.
I think
At least
given
for the
So-
Ignite,
early game.
The question is this Pantheon going to become a Mantheon, dropping from the skies upon his enemies?
Good
I think-
question.
I do think he will, but let's see how it goes.
We have loaded onto the rift. This is game number 3. Seems like we got ourselves a full final series.
Yep, a back and forth turntable series, and we see pings go out. I think
The
Nautilus might be
table,
looking for an escape.
the tables are turning very fast indeed. Not even game to game, within the games itself.
The River Loss is moving towards the top side, while Ace Phoenix is moving towards the bot side. I think both teams are expecting some
Some
early blood.
galaxy brain invades going on here.
I think if Ace Phoenix decide to hold this position, this might be good because eventually the bot lane will decide to walk back, and that is when they can go for something. But
Toss down a ward in the topside jungle of River Lost. 2 actually. But so far no one spotted. Darius walks through the connector over there and gets spotted on the ward. Pings are going out, people are staying back. It looks like Kane is going to start with the blue buff of River Lost. And Article is on a ward right now.
that was
Lands
kind
the
of
Q,
good
that's
lane,
a
but
fair bit of damage. Will he flash out? Ignite goes down. Flash from Kane, Darius flashes out. Has to recall back, and he doesn't have teleport, so he can't really just eat off to lane. And we did talk about how the Pantheon has an advantage in this lane. Guess what? Who
that's actually
makes it
the
worse? Not being
that
there
actually
in lane at level 1.
that
I
helps
mean,
with
it's
Darius.
worth for the side of Riverless because the flash for Kane, flash trade for Kane and Darius, it's always worth for the team with the jungle flash.
Yeah,
That's
not to
true. The Kane
mention.
is not a jungler who wants to gank early and murder
Yeah,
everyone anyway.
he's just gonna
And
farm up.
unless you
Okay,
do that, unless
unless
you do that,
Cat IRL getting executed, not able to pick up either of the camps. He's gonna fall really far behind. He had the advantage, he was stealing the Hacker and blue buff, but now he's actually just 2 levels down because the Hacker is gonna finish Raptors and be level 3. That is huge.
there
Tra-
was just too much cockiness. It's really hard if you have like under 80% HP, you can't actually do 2 camps together with Kane at level 1.
Hmm.
You
big
have to be full
mistake.
HP.
Big mistake.
But yeah, we see top lane going exactly how we thought it would. Darius getting shoved in, and Pantheon pulling him really hard.
Doesn't help that Darius actually wasn't in lane when the lane started. And level 3 for Pantheon chucks a spear at.
He's looking to go and guys up.
Here's an engage from the Alistair, but the Aphelios misses his Q. Flash out by Nautilus. Hecarim shows his face and walks off. Summon a spell advantage to Phoenix in the bot lane.
Yeah, bit of a vertical jungling going off. But I'm kind of surprised Hecarim not invading the Kane, given that Kane just got executed with no camps. And you do see the execution notification, so you know that he's level 1. There's a lot
And
of
it seems
things.
that another gank in the mid lane, Flash burned by Written Death. Remember, he just teleported back to his lane. It seems like he is gonna have to walk back. Not too much of an issue considering the wave is slow pushing towards him at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say the early is looking pretty good for Ace Phoenix around the board, except for the Darius. The Pantheon goes in, flashless Darius, pops Ghost, and runs away.
That Darius does not have any summoners at all. Kane. This game could have been really, really hard if on the Darius if Kane didn't decide to get executed without clearing a single camp.
And I think Hecarim could definitely have punished that a lot more. But he did not deny a single camp from the Kane and only has a 1 camp lead over him.
He did manage to get off 2 ganks though, managed to get 2 flashes.
And he also has double scuttle advantage.
So only time will tell if they're actually able to take advantage of those flash timers, but for now it does put a bit of a damper on the Echo in the Nautilus.
And the mid lane, I think, is frozen for the Galio. So Echo is kind of afraid to walk up because he's flashless, does not have level 6, and does not know where the Hecarim is. Yep.
I think
That's
Hecarim
another
is
huge wave being pushed in
prioritizing
top
to help
lane.
his top lane.
Pantheon engages onto the Darius, but Hecarim is here.
Oh, that
Darius
was huge.
escapes with the skin of his teeth. The head Hecarim is fighting in a huge creep wave. Not a good idea, buddy. And that's first blood. Darius comes in. Is he going to get some? But I guess he decides to back out. Here's a note to everyone: do not fight in a big creep wave, guys.
Not against the Pantheon.
Not against the Mantheon.
The Mantheon himself. Oh,
And oh my God, Crow is going all
that,
in here. Gets
that was
smacked
a
by the
good.
turret. Backs off.
That was a good jump cancel by
And
Darius.
at the same time, with Hecarim failing at top, Kane moves to the bot lane, manages to get a free dragon for himself. And Predator
I mean
Galley.
the lead Hecarim had over Kane, he just ended everything there.
It's everything went to shit right there.
With an early dragon advantage for the side a river lost. I think that's kind of interesting because if they're able to get soul this game, that's huge. Especially it can either be an infernal or a mountain soul. If it chooses to be an infernal soul, ooh, Echo, Pantheon, Kaisa,
Yikes. Big yikes, bro.
big yikes.
Oh my God! And is this going to be another kill for the Mantheon?
Yeah,
Correct.
Seems to be this case, and RQ gets taken down. That
Darius
Darius is so far
almost got flagged.
behind. We talked about how the Mordekaiser was behind in the first game, but this is definitely worse.
Yeah, the Pantheon just kind of nullifies the Darius. Because
And three people in the mid lane. Galio tries to engage on the Echo. Taunt connects, dodges the Alistair knockup with his ult, but he has no mana, no flash. It seems like there's nowhere to go but back to base, and not the good way.
That's actually huge for NB because the wave is coming to him. I think if he chooses to recall, he can either shove the wave out and have Kane catch it, which is what he decides to do.
He does choose to shove it out, but that Echo is a fast boy. We do have home guards on that, so maybe this was the Galaxy Brain play along.
But
If
that was
I
a good
die here,
roam
I
out there
can
by
run
Twinsy.
back.
There was a good roam there by Twinsy where he uses the flashless echo. And despite him having ultimate, that's a good pick out. But I think the Pantheon kind of nullifies that because we're seeing a repeat of what happened in game one with top lane being completely won while the other side of the map kind of belonged to ACEPhoenix. So it's interesting to see how this will pan out because they have winning side lanes, but
Because
the
this
bottom
Pantheon
doesn't
is going to
really-
fall off.
Definitely, but I think
Pantheon is going to fall off, but it's not falling off anytime soon.
Darius is not going to be relevant anytime soon.
Exactly. I mean, by the time Pantheon falls off, they will have soul if they play it properly.
And
See how it plays out for now.
I think
There
Pantheon
is a slight disadvantage in the mid lane. The Echo does have one death to his name and is about 10 CS behind, although some of that should be recuperated once he catches this wave. Bot lane, actually a CS advantage for the Kai'Sa.
I think that just comes down to
And an invade by the Hecarim onto the Kane, lots of damage. Kane doesn't really do a lot at this point. He's able to simply walk out, but does lose his red buff there.
I still think it wasn't that bad because Kane got a lot of orbs from that fight. And the earlier he gets this ready orb, the better it is for him.
That's
the
true, and
underpin
here
was-
we see an engage onto the Aphelios. Ult connects, hook connects.
Keep it under Galio.
That's a two-man taunt. That's a lot of damage. Aphelios ult misses. That's one kill. And another 1v2 in the top lane. But this time it seems like things aren't going to go like the way they did. And we see Phoenix get kills down in the bot lane and top lane simultaneously. Definitely not a good sign.
I mean, we talked about junglers being late to play, and it was exactly that. Kane was late to the top lane thing. Like he should have been looking for the cross map, but he was late. Which leads to the huge shutdown going to Darius. That actually might be his comeback, since Pantheon loses a huge wave top lane.
That was a huge misplay by the bot lane going so aggressive. You know that the enemy team has a Galio with a teleport. Why would you do that?
Yep. And you know it's bot lane where everyone loves to TP, so you just never go aggressive.
Especially
Yeah,
when your own mid laner doesn't have teleport.
the goal lead's flipped now, and we see for the first time, ACEPhoenix actually has a goal lead in the early game of around 1000 at 10 minutes in.
The tables are not just turning, they're doing 360-degree backflips in the sky.
And I think that now that Darius has his plated future pro,
Interesting, Pantheon rotates down to the mid lane, gets a bunch of damage onto Envy over here. But I don't think... Seems that this is a lane swap.
I think the thought process is that the Darius has Ninja Tabai, so it's better to put the AP guy against him. But Echo can't really walk up against Darius because if he pops Ghost, he can kind of just run the Echo down.
That's true, and while the Ninja Tabby isn't exactly giving you a lot of magic resist, 0 isn't a lot, it does negate some of the damage from the Echo passive, so it's not like it's entirely useless.
Not to mention that movement speed on Darius is a very strong stat, especially since he's one of the champions who really wants to close the gap with you.
But the Darius, even though he has a kill, is fairly behind 50 CS to the 90 CS on the Echo, so maybe some of that item advantage will come into play. A fight starts in the bottom lane. Echo, the Kayn ults immediately. Pantheon comes in, drops down to 30% HP. The Nautilus finds himself in the thick of it.
Echo's deep
Is
in, but he's too
taken
late.
down. That's another engage by the Alistar, but he gets popped by the Pantheon instantly. Kaisa doing a lot of damage. Echo ult is huge as it tags 2 people, does a shit ton of damage, and Kaisa is on clean-up duty. Loki.
That was just the Pantheon Q into Echo ulti.
And I think it's not over. Darius going for the 1v2, but will he get stunned? He does get stunned. Kaisa pops. Oh no! Oh no, RTO, that was not what you were supposed to do there.
That was so sad. If RTO didn't get stunned over there, I'm pretty sure that was a free double into a dragon.
Yeah, I believe so too.
Can someone explain me
have his
how
ult.
on earth Rivalos won that fight?
I think it was just Pantheon
Please?
Q into Echo ulti and like just so much AoE that the entirety of ACEPhoenix just got like one shot.
They really blew almost everything initially on the Kayn, and then at the Nautilus who ran in. But instead of backing off, they decide like, you know what, we're gonna go for this. They go in, but they don't have any cooldowns, and you have the Echo teleporting in right in the middle of everyone. Gets a really sweet ult off, and yes, that Pantheon did die once, but it is an early game Pantheon with the 70 CS. Like, you do not take that lightly, and as I say that, another fight breaks up in the river, and it seems like nothing will come out of it. Blows traded.
Yep, and now we see more.
Kayn
brawls
has
in the
his
river.
form this time. Remember, that last fight was without the form, and the Aphelios is completely out of position there, guys. Echo goes for the Aphelios, takes him out. Kira 2k is dead, and the remaining members don't have enough damage to really do anything. Alistair and Hecker are also taken down. Galio runs for dear life, but is he going to get died here? Hook connects, lands a taunt on all three. That's a lot of damage, and
Ooh, that was well played, man.
oof, Echo. Echo gets removed from the map.
Echo gets out. But yeah, I
That-
think Red Kayn with Conqueror fully stacked up, and when Aphelios is dead, you don't really have anyone who can deal with that because you don't have a sustained damage source anymore.
That's true, and it's going to be a while before the Aphelios really ramps up and starts doing a significant amount of damage. He really needs that Infinity Edge power spike, but he is nowhere close to it, and Kaisa has a Kraken Slayer. And right now that Kaisa is going to do a lot of damage. 108 CS, 2 kills. Versus an Aphelios with, I don't even know what that item is. Is that a Gale Force?
That's the Immortal Shield Bow,
It's an Immortal Shield Bow in the early game.
which means that once Kaisa gets the pickaxe with her Q evolved, she's just going to be so much stronger than the Aphelios. Aphelios really needs to hit his 3 items ASAP, and somehow ACEPhoenix has to survive until that point. But Galio getting caught
Another
in the
fight
river.
breaks up in the river. This time the Herald is the reward. Galio gets caught out and popped. No response from Phoenix.
They are going to look to trade for the bot lane tower. But I think that was just an overposition on their part because they didn't have a follow-up.
They are going to lose this mid tower in any case, and with the Herald, they should be able to take down the top tower, and that should open up a lot of the map. And a tower dive, that's a lot of damage, and
That
oh
was a good
boy.
idea by Hecarim, but sadly the tower angle shifted because of the echo ulti. So it didn't really end up going as planned, and he ended up ulting into the
Teleport coming
Yeah,
down from the
that was a bit
Galio.
funny. Hikarim multed into Echo's
This
ult
is a
position.
little ambitious, I'd say.
quite a
Now the
little more.
Galio is getting pincered down, but they decide to call it off. Rightly so. A lot of resources have already been burnt, and everybody is not exactly topped up.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that Aphelios did get the bot lane gold, the bot lane tower gold in his pocket, but I don't think that's worth because it depends on how well they're able to use this Herald, which Riverlost have shown us that they have a really good Herald usage. They are able
Not
to use
worth because they did trade bot tower for mid tower, and Kaisa also got
True.
her red goal, so it's net even. And then she also catches this wave.
I think
But
if,
mid tier 1 is more prioritizing than bot tier 1.
Yeah,
definitely.
definitely. And as Dragon is coming up, Everlost are already in position on the bot side of the map to set up vision there. And that's.
Are they
Is
gonna
this
try
going to be a
dive?
dive on the Galio?
That's
Darius is moving down. The Herald is popped. Aphelios and Alistair moving down as well. This tower is going to not last very long. But yeah, that's another tower.
that's
And
actually good Herald
while
usage.
Phoenix are busy, never mind. Echo goes on to the Alistair, now switches focus to the Galio, baits out the taunt, doesn't really connect with the Kane. Look at the Kane, he just goes in and does not give a damn. Heals back up, Galio ult, misses everyone. Echo
Echo ult's
ult,
back.
back in, deals a ton of damage. Hecarim tries to go for the backline but hits nothing really.
See with
Alistair
Alistair
lands a
knockup.
3-man knockup, but there's nobody to follow
Aphelios?
up. Aphelios, hello? And that's the AoE Aphelios damage, but Kaisa is able to take him down, but at what cost?
I think that was pretty bad team fighting from the side of ACEPhoenix. Alistair got a 4-man knockup. Darius did not get the ulti reset, and your Aphelios has flamethrower, but he's doing damage after the knockup. I think if they chain their damage and CC together, they could have actually turned their fight around very easily. But
It
even
looked
then,
very, very uncoordinated, as if they themselves were not prepared for it.
true.
And it felt like every person just went in and came back out, went in and came back out, and they kind of lost because of that.
And Riverlost are gonna get a dragon from this, which I think they could have stopped. They did have Darius and Galio in the vicinity, but they're gonna choose to give it up, and that's gonna put Riverlost at soul point. And now we've been here, we've seen this happen before, that 3 dragons on the same team, which means that next dragon is gonna have to be ACEPhoenix, which make their way into this comp.
And this is a mountain dragon, which makes it really hard for the Hecarim, who is already not doing very well, to actually go for the Kaisa and take her out. Kind of works for them in this situation.
Kind of sad for Riverlost it's not an Infernal, but Mountain's also not bad because this Kane is kind of becoming a problem. Like, they don't have any anti-healing to deal with the Kane.
And it doesn't seem like anybody is going for that either. Oh, it seems the Hecarim is
See, there's the Kane who's got
rather, is
out.
the Kane who got caught out. Is he going to be able to jump over the wall?
misses
No,
the
fails
dash.
the dash, but the Kane is not taking any damage. He's not taking any damage at all. Aphelios ult connects, but didn't even feel like it did damage. And Kaisa just jumps right in and deletes him. So much damage coming out, and that Kane does not die.
Yep, again, same thing. The Aphelios kind of tries to follow up on the engage, but they delayed way too much. And now Galio will be trying his best, but they don't have anti-healing for the Kane.
And just look at that. That Kane. The Kane does not give a shit as long as he has someone to hit.
And he's full health again.
Oh joy.
Oh, the fun that is pre-season. But yeah, by the looks of this game is not gonna go to 3 items for the Aphelios. He doesn't even have his runans yet. It's a long time.
3 items at this point seems more of a pipe dream than anything else.
Yeah. 6,000 gold lead for Riverlost. Like
Can't
Kaisa
wait.
just gonna.
I can't wait for Loki to go back to base and actually build items.
Yeah, he's
He's
just gonna
already
come back.
doing so much damage. At this point, I'm like, just go and get the items. But Loki doesn't care. He's like, I have enough damage. I don't even need items.
He's like, I can take this tower, then I can go top, get that tower, then I can get the jungle camps.
He is so far ahead at this point. Level 9 Aphelios to a level 12 Kaiser. There's no way he can survive if that Kaiser goes on to him and he doesn't get peeled.
Yeah, I don't really see a world where ACEPhoenix are able to make a comeback now. They are doing the infamous bush camp strat.
But the thing is, if you bush camp and get an Echo, a Kane, or a Pantheon, or a Nautilus, you lose the lottery.
Yeah. I mean, all these champions can just buy so much time. Kane with the healing, Echo with the ulti, Pantheon with his E, that before you catch them, their entire team is collapsing. You have Kaisa coming in with the ult, Echo coming in with TP, Pantheon coming in with ult.
Just a really, really tough spot for Phoenix, and at this point, all they can hope for is a huge outplay, a team fight wombo combo with the Aphelios to hopefully maybe get them back into the game, but things aren't looking particularly good.
I think if all of Riverlaws just become one entity and start moving together, layering into 5-man CC chains, that's kind of the only way they end up losing. But I think that we're in a bit of a stalemate right now because Riverlaws don't really want to force before the Mountain Dragon, since it is their soul. And with 1 minute to the mountain, they should be looking to reset now, buy their items, and then start making their way to the Mountain Dragon first.
And Kaisa purchases an entire Runan's Hurricane.
Pantheon ulti
Echo
works.
goes on to the Galio, follow up with the Pantheon.
Pantheon ulti
Get
doesn't
dropped
drop
low,
tower, then
Echo
you-
ults out, and that's a free kill, and that should mean Dragon for them.
I think they're gonna look to stay here. This might be very
Yeah, it
interesting.
should be bot anyway, actually.
Kaisa stopped
Aphelios
though.
gets caught out by the Kane,
That's a crescendo. Oh.
and maybe a bit too deep here because
Yeah, your 5,
this
1 and
one-
10 ADC is top lane.
this Kane is still not dying,
Any second.
and that's the end of it. I
But I
suppose
think
everything
that
must
might
come to
be-
an end, and the Kane must die at some point of time.
That could be Soul going over. No, with the Echo TPing back, I don't think ACEPhoenix can
I
Dragon.
don't think they actually have the damage to do anything here because sure the Hecarim and Alistar can go in, but
Oh,
who kills the
not happening.
Kaisa? And this happens because
Yeah.
that Darius doesn't really do any damage right now,
And the Darius doesn't even have his ultimate. Taunt onto Kaisa though.
and she just walks
Darius
out.
could go in.
There isn't any follow up. Aphelios is dead. The Darius is low, and
Yeah.
there's a bunch of recalls, and they won't make it back in time to stop this dragon. Kane, on the other hand, is running full speed ahead to the dragon through walls.
And with the Kane being on the enemy team, Aphelios is kind of forced to itemize Executioner, further putting his Runan's power spike behind him. Meanwhile, Kaisa is going to back and start completing what I assume to be the Infinity Edge, but potentially Lord Dominic's. Oh, actually, they're going to move for the Baron.
Interesting. They do have a lot. Alistar, that's not the kind of engage you want to look for.
Baron being started up by
Baron
everyone.
is being started up by Riverlost.
I
The
think it's
Echo and the
time to trap.
Pantheon are cutting off the approach from NA
I
Phoenix.
think this is bad.
That's a
Riverlost-
two-man stun from the
Kaisa
Echo.
doesn't have mana though.
And ult from the Echo dealing a lot of damage. Hecarim chasing the Nautilus here. I don't think that's a good idea. Aphelios gets run down. The Kaisa is just free hitting at this point.
Well, it's going to be.
The great
I think
escapades
it's a
of the
GG.
Hecarim.
This should be double
And
in
it seems that they're going for the mid turret, and oh, the Hecarim actually gets caught out, so that's an ace.
I don't think they can take the game here, but that should
No, I
definitely
think
be
they
a mid
should
inhibitor.
take two inhibs, yeah.
Why
In
is
fact, they're actually going for the two-man battle.
Kaiser rotating to be the DPS, but I don't know if this means that Pantheon can get the inhibitor on his own. He's
And
gonna need
for
to press
real,
it
they
out.
can actually two-man Baron because Echo's ultimate cooldown is really short at that time, so you can just
Yeah,
ult
but
into
the
Baron.
trade-off here is that they do not get the mid inhibitor, which I would
Pantheon might
argue
be
is more
caught now.
valuable at this point.
Agreed. They should have just went for the immediately first.
Pantheon should be dead here.
Yeah, Pantheon is dead.
A bit of a miscommunication there, people being on different pages.
I think the Pantheon kind of thought he could go in for the inhibitor, but alas, ambitious.
But they do have Baron of 4 members here. And with the lead that they currently have, they should be able to translate it into the inhibitor, but it seems very difficult for ACEPhoenix to actually do anything at
Yeah.
this point.
I think any ADC would like to be low-key at this point, where he just recalls and buys one complete item.
Yeah, he is buying entire items. He doesn't even bother recalling for components.
Water components, even.
Need components, see too much inventory space on it.
But
Actually,
imagine
he
being
does
poor.
have a dagger.
Oh,
Echo gets
might-
caught out in the bottom lane by 3 members.
I don't think he survives it, but this means that.
I don't think he survives this, but how long is it going to take for them to actually catch him? Too long, I'd assume.
And
They finally managed to catch the Echo,
any
who
second
immediately
now.
Zhonya's. Meanwhile, top lane turrets are falling down.
But that should be the inhibitor, since Hecarim is clearing
Echo
the way.
took out 25 seconds. Holy shit.
That kill was definitely not worth.
They're gonna look to force the 4v5 over here.
They're trying to force the full two-man taunt lands. That Kane
Look
is
at the
dropping
failure.
low. Nautilus dropping low. Kane ult is almost back to full HP. Knockup connects on to Darius. The Alistair goes in with
Yeah,
the
Alistair
ult.
knockup.
Galio ults in as well.
Aphelios is
The
low.
Kane is just not dying. But it seems that's going to come to an end as Hecarim gets the shutdown. Kaisa is still alive and dealing damage. Decides to disengage.
Artist
Darius
not up to
is
Kaisa,
still
but
going for this, but does he have
yeah.
the damage? No, Kaisa just deletes him. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Hecarim, Alistar, and Aphelios going for the Pantheon. Kaisa is here to help, gets caught out by the Galio. And that's 1,000 gold shutdown on the Aphelios.
But
Another
Echo is
teleport
TPing
comes in.
out.
Echo, no. He
He
gets
did
it.
one shot,
He
too.
deletes the Aphelios. He's going for the 1v3 play here. Decides to not chase and go for the Alistar instead.
Oh,
Oh, DC coming in with a bit of BM there. Emote spamming, I see. Naughty boy.
indeed. And that should be one inhibitor going over to them. I think
Hecarim decides to go for the Echo. I do not think that is well advised. That's 11-4 Echo, buddy. You do not want to fight him 1v1.
Yeah, I think that TB would probably not have worked if Ophelia survived the initial burst, but his shield bow was on cooldown from the fight before, so Echo just kind of melted him. And Kane,
And Kane, as usual, just runs it with absolute disregard.
Galio is caught now, and who he is getting.
Galio gets deleted. Hecarim has to
Actually,
use his ult defensively, but it ends up failing because he takes the Nautilus ult along with him, CCing the Darius as well. Stun coming in from the Echo. The Aphelios is kiting
Aphelios has a lot
and
of
kiting,
defender,
but
but
does
he
no
doesn't have-
damage.
Yeah,
And
that should be
Alistair
game.
is all that's
That's
left,
okay.
and that's an open path to the next.
I mean, bro, the Echo is level 16. You can't actually match Echo at that time.
Yep,
That's the game.
that's
GG.
game. But the series
So
going
River
over to
lost.
the River
Winning
lost.
3-1.
Congratulations,
Congratulations to River lost.
GGWB ACEPhoenix. GG bye.
GG.
दृश, क्या तुम अपनी पूरी जिंदगी वीडियो गेम्स खेलकर बिताना चाहते हो?
Chill, mom.
What do you mean chill? Am I a fridge or what? I'm going to call your dad now. I don't know what to do with this. What are you doing?
Working. Yes, come on. Yes.
It pays to play.